Hey friends, welcome back to Papaya Coders. We are back with a new video. So as you know that we had a video on Jetpack Compose crash course. So this video is going to be the crash course on XML. Actually, this is the previous method before the Jetpack Compose through which we can make Android applications. So we will be making few Android applications. Our first Android app would be a very simple to-do list app. We will be following an MVVM architecture for this. So let's get started and open our Android Studio. Let's create a new project. Let's name it as, first of all, select the empty views activity because we are going to use the XML one. This crash course is on XML. Let's name this as UI on XML. This will be more convenient for me when I come back and add few more things to this crash course. Okay, so we are done over here. The Gradle is being built. Give the Gradle its time. Actually, the thing is that it totally depends on your system, that what are your components, what CPU, GPU, and all the other specs, that how much this Gradle is going to take time to build. So give it time accordingly. Please relax. Don't be in a hurry. Don't perform any task over here till this Gradle gets syncs. So I think so you might be having a little bit of knowledge as you have landed on this video that what is Kotlin. So Kotlin is basically a programming language that is very much similar to Java, you can say, and we are using it to build Android applications. Our IDE is Android Studio, which you can be using IntelliJ also. It's totally up to you. So first of all, let's come over here and create few files so that I can explain you the components of the UI. So these are the basic files, pre-built files which we have got. We have got a main activity over here. We have some drawables where we can add our pictures. We have our layouts. This is the layout file of our main activity. We have some values that will be having colors and strings, then themes, day theme and night theme, and etc. So and this is our Gradle. Actually, we define our dependencies over here. Whatever the dependencies are required to run our application are defined over here. For example, we need some dependencies related to view models or anything else which we'll be discussing on the project which we are going to build are mentioned over here. Okay, and this is your project level Gradle file. Okay, now let's come over here and let me explain that what this whole thing is. This is actually the design mode. This is design with code, and this is the solely code view. Okay, so let's come in our design view. You can see a simple text over here. Let's remove it from here and let's come to code and design. So you can see that there is some sort of constraint layout. Let's remove this and add a linear layout. So first thing which I need to explain you is what is a layout. Layout is like inside which you define your views, like image, button, text, anything else. So it is basically a holder for your other views. Now the holder can be of many types, right? So first of them is a linear layout. Let me try to explain you in such a way that it would be very convenient for you. Imagine a box in which you can place the items either vertically or either horizontally. You can't place them like anywhere in the box. It's like you can place them either vertically or horizontally. Okay, so the linear layout is something like that. Just try to drag your text view from here to here. Now you can see we have our text view over here. Now let's modify this linear layout a bit. Let's give it some sort of orientation. Let the orientation be the vertical or horizontal, right? Let it be horizontal. So what do you think? What is going to happen when I try to add another text view? Let's have a look. This is what I was trying to say. So this thing takes the text view in this manner, right? Side by side in horizontal manner. And whenever you try to add a new text view, they are added horizontally, as you can see. So it can be very helpful when you want to have several items over here like this. Okay, so this is a linear layout which I was trying to discuss. Now it have a vertical layout also. Let's change it to vertical. Now you can see they are arranged vertically. Since they are having weight 1, that's why they are covering this much of space. They are covering all over there. If we wouldn't have provided them weight, then it will be shrinked. Since the content is wrapped, we have a modifier which says wrap the content and wrap the height to the size of the text view. So this basically shrinks the text view around the text. Okay, so this was your linear layout which I was trying to explain you. Now there are many other layouts which you can see. Let me come over here. Here is a constraint layout. Here is a linear layout, horizontal and vertical, which I told you. There is a frame layout, tablet layout, or sorry, we can say table layout. We have a grid layout also. Then we have like this. Okay. Now what we need is to have a constraint layout instead of this linear. Just come over here and let's try to change this linear to constraint. Name it as constraint. Okay. Now you can see many errors, right? Here is an error, here is an error. All the text view which we have added are showing some sort of errors. Let there be only one text view. Now it's not like a box in which you can add horizontally or vertically, right? Let me show you one thing, then let's move to constraint. Okay, so in linear you see we can't move them, right? If you're trying to move them, it comes back to its original position, right? You can see like this. Now what I want to say is that when we move to constraint layout, the case is a little bit of different. Now you can actually move this thing. You can see you can move this thing anywhere around in the layout. So basically we need to constrain it. We need to provide it some constraints so that it is binded to all the four corners like this and like this. So now you can see this thing is totally constrained and we can move it anywhere. And we have a small button over here actually. Where is it? I think so. In previous Android Studio version, actually this is the latest version, Ladybug, we have a small button over here, floating action button. Upon that click, we can see a hot reload of our application, which isn't available in the latest version of Android Studio, I guess. Okay, so this was our constraint layout, means you can view, we can move our layout anywhere. So you can see we have few constraints over here, like bottom, we are providing the constraint to the bottom, then to end, and many other things. This thing holds the text view on its position. Okay, now what we need, let's try to add another text view and see how that text view would be constrained. Okay, we have another text view. Now you might guess that what should happen, cause this text view is also not constrained. Suppose this text view have a text. Let's name it as text. Good, and let's name this text as morning. Okay, so what you should assume that, yeah, this good should come over here and morning should come over here, right? So to constrain the text view in according to the another text view, means what I want is to constrain this good with this morning means wherever this text views moves, the good should move along it. So we need to constrain this text view along this text view. So we need to constrain it from top and constrain it from the bottom. Okay, so I think so this is done enough. Now let's try. You can see since that good was constrained to this text view, so this when this morning one moves, the good moves along, you can see. But this morning isn't constrained to good. So if we try to move the good somewhere, this morning won't be affected. Now as you can see, since it is constrained to its top, so it can't move above this. Okay, so it have a limitation. So this is how this constraint view works. This is what I was trying to explain you. We'll be using this UI elements many places when we design our real life UI. This is just for an explanation. We can see there are different types of text view over here. This is a text, plain text, a password text view, a numerical password, email, phone, postal index number, like many text view for our use case. Okay, we have some buttons, we have chip buttons, we have normal buttons. Then you can see there are many kinds of button which we can use. Now let's get to this button. Let's add this button also. It looks good. Let's constrain this to our text view. Okay, so this thing is constrained, I guess. So whenever we move morning, great. Okay, so we are good to go from here. Now what we need is to display something when this button is clicked, right? Let's name it as click me. Okay, this button have some sort of ID. If you have a little bit of knowledge about the web development, then you might have done something like provided IDs when you want to trigger some action in JavaScript. If you have learned doc manipulation, then you trigger the elements with the help of their IDs or something else. So like that, similarly this button have an ID. So whenever we need to call this, we will be using this ID. Okay, so this was our code. Now you can see there is some error. This error says this view is not constrained vertically. At runtime, it will jump to the top unless it is vertically constrained. So this thing means it is not constrained vertically. So at runtime, this will simply come over this left top corner. So to avoid this, we need to constrain this vertically. Okay, now the error is resolved. We have our constraint view. I hope so you have understood the constraint view and this text view. You can see there are many types of views which we can use inside our application. From Google we have an ad view, we have a map view, we can use helpers, like many things. This grid layout I was talking about, list view, tab host, and many other things, guys. There are several options which you can use in our UI to make it beautiful. That's why Kotlin is literally very helpful for designing this UI portion. You can see we literally have a bottom navigation panel also. Okay, so this is our bottom navigation panel. So we don't need to even design something. Okay. Okay, for now this was our UI. We'll be talking about the other text views and many other things. But first of all, let me just do something so that you guys feel more connected towards this crash course. So let's come over here and try to learn some coding part. So what this button should do, like display something, right? Okay, so come our main activity. So our activity is unaware that we have some sort of button in our UI portion, right? So what we need to do is we need to define a variable. Let's name it as private variable, and this name will be late init. So what this thing means, basically, this is a private late init variable. As the name suggests, late init means we have initialized it over here. We have initialized our button. Yeah, that this is a variable of type button. This is the return type of this variable, means this is the type, but we haven't declared it anywhere. You can see it is initialized, but we haven't declared it anywhere. So we need to declare it inside our main activity. Let's come over here and try to declare this. Like, okay, now one more thing which we can do is view binding. Okay, we will learn that view binding in the UI portion, means in our application portion. So what we need to do is we need to assign this button to the UI part, like how this button text variable is going to know that this is connected to this, right? How this button is known that that is connected there. So we need to provide it like button is equal to find views by ID. Okay, so there are two things which I need to explain you. We can explicitly define over here that yeah, we are searching for a button, or we can declare it over here. It's up to you. Great. We are searching for a button, and this was the button, I guess. Yeah, as you can see, this is showing a false error here. You can ignore it. You can see that we have a button. We have declared it over here, and this is connected to here. Okay, now what we need is to display some sort of like message when the button is clicked, right? So for that, you guys know that we need to have a set of click listener. Like whenever the button is clicked, we need to perform something, right? So this we can do with the help of set on click listeners. So let's just simply come over here and make a toast. What is this toast? Before that, let's just import it. This toast message is like a short message which we see. Let me show you. You will be understood very easily. This is the toast message. Let's say that message is good morning. So this button is find it first of all. Then after that, we are declaring our set on click listener, like that this button is telling us what to do. We are telling the button that whenever you are clicked, simply from this activity display a text message. The length should be long, and then show the toast. Okay, let's try to launch our application on the emulator. So for emulator, you need to do something like come over here, add a new device, virtual device, or you can add a physical device. I would prefer you to add a virtual device. Select your device and simply add it. Let the Gradle build. The emulator need to start. Actually, this was switched off. So I think so if we face some sort of error like related to some version, then you can simply change the SDK version. Yeah, this was the error I was trying to talk about. Like the problem is that my application is compiled against the SDK version 34, but few elements which are now latest in the latest version of Android Studio, let me take you there. There are some latest version which it is using which can't be compiled against the SDK version 34. So just change it to 35 Sync your Gradle. Remember to sync. If you don't sync, no changes would be accounted. Sync the Gradle, and then let's just try to run our application once again and see if we face some error or not. So this is the first time we are trying to run our application. This is going to take a little bit of time. Okay, we have one more file over here. This is the Android manifest file. Here we can add our permissions, like what permissions our application basically needs, like internet or something else. We can see we have our main activity over here. Okay, so it's launching on our device. This is our emulator which we are using. We can see a good morning text and says click me. So what do you expect when I click over here, right? We see a toast message. This is the toast message which I was trying to say. We see a toast message which displays good morning. So here is your first application, right? You guys have made your first application. You can see this is the app, right? This app does what? This app have a simple working. Upon click on the button, we see a toast message. This is a very simple app. Okay, so now let's come back and have some more UI components. I hope so you have understood this button working. Now let's come over here and have something like, let's say what we can have, a image view. What this image view is? Image view is something like we can add images to our application. Let's say I want to add this image only. This is the dummy image. Now as you all know, this is a constraint view. We need to constrain this. Let's constrain this accordingly. Remember to constrain your views, else you will be seeing a lot of error. And constrain your views in a very well structured manner, cause it is going to create a mess for you only when you are going to design very complex UIs. Okay, so this is done over here. We have something called like progress bar. This progress bar generally is shown when we want to like show some sort of loading while the data is being loaded. So this is like something like progress bar. You know this. We'll be using this too. We have something called a rating bar, which you also know this rating bar, how this thing works. We have something called a seek bar. This seek bar is like, yeah, the seek bar. We have all these UI components. We will be using it accordingly, according to our use case. The main thing which we want to have is like this recycler view. I'll be explaining you this recycler view. For this, let me, for now, just let's try to run our application again and see this image view. Then I'll be explaining you what this recycler view is, because this is a very important part of our application. Okay, I can't see my, okay, since it is a dummy image, let's come over here and change the image to something else. Now let's try to learn how to add the image to our application. For this, you need to come to drawable resource folder, right click over here and simply create a new image asset. For this, you go to your local files, then here to your desktop. Now let me see if I have some dummy images in my D drive or somewhere else. Okay, I think so I have. Yeah. Change this name to, remember to change the name. Otherwise, if you add something, some images with the name of IC launcher, so basically this is going to be the image of your app icon. Okay. Let's change it as photo. and simply add it. Now what you need to do is change the src if we have some src. Yeah. Okay, so we have our image over here. Let's increase its size. Now let's try to rerun our application and see if we are able to see the image over here or not. Okay, I am totally agree that this is some sort of emulator glitch cause we can't see our image over here. Or we can just simply come over here and try to clean our project. If this type of error happens to you, you can simply come over and clean your project and rebuild it. Yeah, this is some sort of UI error. The coding part is completely fine. There is no error related to this image view, and yeah, we also don't need to define this image view inside our application because the simple work of this image view is to display something, right? We don't want to make any text or do anything whenever this image is clicked or done something else, right? So we don't need to add something like that. Let's try to rebuild. Okay, I guess our project is rebuilt. Now let's try to run this again and see whether the error is resolved or not. If the error is not resolved, then I will try to run this on my local device. For that, you simply need to connect a local device over here. Let me show you. Inside your local device, you need to add few permissions. That permission is enable debugging. Go inside the developer options of your mobile phone. Let me show you it. Now, as you can see, we have our local device Samsung over here. So let's come to our emulator to see what I want to explain you. We have a new device Samsung. So what I meant is you need to come to our settings, then you need to go to about phone. We can see developer options inside my phone. Inside this, you simply need to come and enable this USB debugging or wireless debugging, or you can simply enable this. Come to about phone, and I think so there is some sort of build version inside a phone. Yeah. So this says no need, your mode has already been enabled. I have enabled my developer mode. So you need to come to your build version app, tap it at least 10 times, I guess, and your developer options will be enabled. Then you need to go to your developer options and simply enable this USB debugging, or you can debug using the wireless also. For this, you guys must be on the same Wi-Fi network. Like if I come to Wi-Fi, I'm connected to this 5G 5 gigahertz network. And when I come to my screen, this is connected to 4 gigahertz. Just simply come over here and switch to 5G. You guys must be on the same network. Yeah, so let's come over here. You can add the device using, come to the device manager, then this Wi-Fi option. Then you need to, whenever you come over here, you see a QR code, right? So you need to come to a local device. Let me show you. You need to come to a local device and you see this wireless debugging, pair using the QR code. So you will be simply able to scan this QR code, or you can pair with a digit pairing code. You can pair this also. Okay, so these were the options which I was trying how you can enable this. Now let's try to run our application on our local device. I would suggest you should delete the application after the learning purpose is done, because this will consume space inside your phone, which is not good. let it build. This is for the first time on this application, I mean this mobile. Let's see if our application is built or not. Okay, so we can see our image view over here. You can see this. We got our image view. We have a click me toast message. So this thing is now completed. We can see our image is added. Now what we need to understand is what is a recycler view. So you guys have seen something like this. Okay, let me take to your local device and explain you. So whenever we come to the Spotify, I guess most of you guys have used Spotify. So you can see something like this is a scroll view. You can see that yeah, we are able to scroll this and the data is being loaded as soon as we scroll. It's not like that the data is already pre-built loaded and we are going to scroll. For example, let me see this list of the songs. So the songs are being loaded as soon as as soon as the screen is updating. Let me just scroll it very fast. You can see that yeah, songs are being loaded. You can see, right? You can see sometimes the data is not loaded. See like this here. So this is called recycler view, that it loads the data on the runtime. This was the very good explanation and the use case of this recycler view, that yeah, we have to load the data on the runtime, then we use recycler view. For now, let's just remove this all of the code. Okay, this thing is removed. Now what we need to do is to add a recycler view and make an adapter class, and then we will be very good to go. Okay, now let's get started for our recycler view.
Come over here and insert a recycler view at the mid. Let's just provide it with an ID. Okay, just a second. Great. We have provided it an ID recycler view. So we need to create, just remove this, comment this out, or just remove this. No use. We need to create a, we can say a layout file for each item, like how each item is going to look. As I told you here, that how this each item is going to look over here. Let's suppose here that how this each item is going to look, like we have an image over here, a play button, we can say our song name, then number of plays, then time duration. So basically we have a layout which remains constant for all the items in the recycler view. Basically we are going to design the layout for the items in the recycler view. We are going to design this. Let's say come over here in the layout file and create a layout resource file and name this as, let's say, item layout. Okay, so you will be having a blank UI screen. Let it be linear. I want it to be linear. There is nothing much we are going to do. Linear is pretty good for this. Just set the orientation to, let's say, horizontal. Come over here, insert a text view over here, insert another text view over here. Okay, so I think so this is going to be it, or just let's say it should be vertical. Okay, great. So wrap content, let's provide this basic text like hello, and let's remove this weight, and from here also let's remove this weight. Okay, So let's say hello, and here let's say world. So yeah, this is how our layout is basically going to look. It will have an item over here, then item over here. So yeah, pretty simple. And one more thing we need to do is come over here, Kotlin class file, and create a new class called adapter class. Great. Okay. One more thing we need to create is a data class. Data class, just come over here and say item details. Great. So this is a data class. It will have a, let's say, val name of type string, and we will have a val description of type string. Since we have two columns over here in this item layout, so we'll be displaying two things. Okay, just a minute. We can enhance the UI. Let me give you an example here. Just come over here and type card layout if it's available. Let's see. Yeah, it is available indeed. And wrap this thing inside a linear layout. Great. Let's say it. Let the width be match parent and height wrap content. And let's just close it over here. And yeah. Okay, great. So what we basically have, we have a card view. This card view consists of the data hello world, and inside it have a linear layout. Let's set it orientation to, okay, sorry, vertical. Great. So this is same, just we have a card layout over here. This card can have an elevation, means elevation of, let's say, 8 density pixels. So it will look like an effect like that card is coming out of the screen, just that 3D effect. Okay, so this is ready to go. Now let's start working on the adapter class. Okay, so this adapter class will have a attribute called, let's say, private variable called items, because items are going to be the private variables. Now what type it will be? It will be of type list. Okay, inside list we will be having items. Okay, great. So this is the private, this adapter class will take a variable item as an input, which is of type list. List of what? List of item details. Okay, list of this. We will having a list of name and description continuously, like the name, then description, then name, then description, like this. So we'll be having a list of this. Okay, and what will it going to return? What this adapter class is going to return to us? So basically it is going to return us a recycler view dot adapter, then item details dot view holder. Okay, what does this error shows? View holder, then this says that implement the members. Let's just implement on create view holder, on bind view holder, and get item count. Just import all of them. Okay, we need to sort this. What error it says? Create a class view holder. Okay, so it is not defined, I guess. So let me see what is the issue over here. Okay, I think so. Wait a minute. This is totally correct. Recycler view dot adapter dot item adapter dot view holder. Just give me a second to check. Okay, this was just a silly mistake. Just remove this and type the adapter class, which is the name of your adapter class. It says the recycler view dot adapter, which is adapter class dot view holder. That's great. Create a class of view holder. Basically, this view holder contains the reference of your items in your dataset. So basically, this class view holder is of time item. Let's say this. Import this view. So basically, this class view holder name is of type recycler view dot view holder. It will have the reference to all of your items which are inside your layout. It will have reference to the item which you have defined over here. Okay, so let's just define our items. Val title is of item text view, and let's just find it. Import this text view over here. Import it. Similarly, val description. Let's check their ID. We have text view and text view 2. Okay, and this is text view and text view 2. Great. Let's change this to adapter class dot view holder, and similarly over here change this to adapter class dot view holder. Okay, till now we have created a view holder that have defined our views. We have only two views in our layout, 1 and 2. We have defined them over here. Now what we need to do is that it says create view holder. On create view holder means whenever the view holder is created, what we need to do. So it will be defined over here. Just define a variable over here. Let's say it view, and it will be of type layout inflator. It will inflate the layout. Means this view is going to inflate the layout for us. Which layout it is going to inflate? The layout which we have created. Okay. So this is going to inflate them. Dot from, let me just check. Layout inflator from parent dot inflate. It's totally correct till now, and this will return as the view holder. Okay, just remember this part of code. This is going to be constant for now. This is not going to change. In this view holder we will define all our views, and this on create view holder, this is going to remain constant. Just the name of the layout will be changed as per our use case. So this is a constant part which we are going to use. Okay, just let me have one more thing to check. Parent views type integer. Let's just remove this from here. It will be of type view holder only, and similarly from here view holder, and anywhere else. Let's have a look. It's correct, I guess so. Now let's move to on bind view holder. On bind view holder, we will be binding our view holders with the data. Like all our thing is ready to do, all our data is inflated. Now what we need to show in this views, like what we need to show in the title, what we need to show in the description. Before that, we need to define that what we need to show, that we will be defining on the main activity. We are hard coding the data because we are not using the API calls over here, but to populate the recycler view items, we generally use the API, which in response give us some kind of data, which we bind to our recycler views item. For now, let's just say that there is a variable called item. Okay, it is called item dot position and holder dot title dot text, means it is saying that from holder get this title, and we are seeing this title, and we are going to set its text, which will be equal to item dot simply title. Just a second, let me see, there is some kind of error, I guess so. Okay, that was my fault. I have named it here in the data class as name. Just change it to title. Okay, now the error should be resolved. Okay, similarly, holder dot description dot text, we are setting the description text to item dot description, means whatever the description and whatever the title will be provided, it will be by default set to it. Okay, now this thing should work. Just get the item count from here. Just simply this will return the size of the items. Okay, now the adapter class is ready to go. We have a view holder in which we have defined all our views, which we are seeing over here. This views, we have defined this in our view holder. Then inside on create view holder, we have defined this layout file, that this layout file is being inflated by this adapter. And on bind view holders, we are setting the content of our items, means this hello world is hard coded, but we need to load this data dynamically at the runtime. So this data is binded over here. We are setting the data over here, and this get item count method will simply return us the size of the list or the recycler view. Now let's set up of a main activity. Let's get started. Okay, so as we have declared that this is going to return item.title. So whatever the item we have, so we need to have a list. Okay, what did this says? This will have a list. This list will have some item. It will have a title and it will have a description. Let me just make it clear for you. Come over here and make a variable called, let's say, item list. Okay, and item list will be a list of, here we are going to add our data, will be a list of item details. Okay, will this list is of type item details, and this list will have item 1 and its description 1, then item 2, then description 2. This all will be dynamic in nature, means this can be called from the API. The API will return us a title and a description which we can load to our adapter class. But for now we have hard coded all our items. Okay, so our item list is ready. Now we need to initialize our recycler view over here. Since we have initialized our recycler view here like this, sorry, like button we have initialized, we have to initialize our recycler view. Let's say it recycler view. Let's use this find view by ID and say it as a recycler view, and r.id dot, this is the ID of our recycler view, then simply recycler view dot layout manager, I guess. So we need to add this line also. Just add this line and add one more line. Recycler view dot layout manager is equal to linear layout manager, and this. Just this code is also going to be constant for all your adapters. Here you're going to initialize your adapter, and then recycle. Here you are going to initialize the recycler view. Then you are going to attach your adapter to it, which will return as a type of, which will take input as a type of item list, which we are going to provide. Let me just run it and show it to you. Then I will explain you in a more simpler manner. Let the Gradle sync. Now you might be known till now that this is some items. This is being set to this adapter class from here, and they are shown here and here, somewhat like that. Let's just come over here, and it says item 1 and description 1. Here we can see only one item over here. Okay, so basically the main important thing is that I will come to you why it's not showing all the data. I will debug this. But the main thing is that this item and description which we are seeing here and here are set to the layout here and here via the adapter class using this function on bind view holder. So basically the flow is like that. The data which is coming from the hard coded one, okay, this is being transferred to the recycler view adapter class. In recycler view adapter, we have initialized all our views in the view holder class. Then after that, we have inflated our main parent view. This is the parent view where all the sub views are put. Like this is the parent view. This whole thing, okay, and this whole thing is the parent view, and this all small views are initialized inside the view holder. Okay. Then on the func bind holder, this is the main function where the data population occurs. Means we are populating our fields with some kind of data. It says that item.title, we are setting the item title.text. Means we are setting this title with some sort of text which is item.title. And similarly, we are setting the text of the description text box to some item.description. This item.title and item.description are from the data class, means there are only two parameters right now. Then the main activity, we are initializing our recycler view and we have hard coded all our data. You will get to it very easily when you try this few more times. Till then, just try to understand that adapter class is used to populate the data. A data class is made to show that how many types of thing we need to display. We can have an image view also. We can add a val image of type string, and then we can add an image view over here, and we can display an image too. Okay. So now let's get back to this problem where we were seeing that only one item is being displayed. Okay, let's just see. When we are scrolling down, the items are not loaded. As soon as we scrolled, the item 2 is now loaded. Then item 3 is loaded, then item 4, then 5. Then only 5 items we have, so this is only it. Means the items are loaded at the runtime. These have taken too much space in between. That's the UI problem that we will be solving later on when we'll be making some good UIs. So basically what I wanted to show you was that how this thing occurs. Actually, this thing is because of this match parent. Let's just convert this to, okay, the width should be match parent, but the height shouldn't be wrap content. Okay. Now let's run this again. That problem will be also solved over here. Let's just a minute, let the Gradle sync. Yeah, it sync. Now I think so. Yeah. We can see item 1 description 1, item 2 description 2. I need to initialize this recycler view also. Let me come over here and let me check. Its width and height is defined. Let's say match parent and just let's say match parent and add few more items so that we can scroll. Let's add few more items. I guess so this much should be enough for the scrolling purpose. Now let's get back over here and see if you're able to scroll it or not. Actually, the recycler view was this much only because we have provided it a height and width by mistake. Yeah, okay. So this says match parent means our more items can be added. Instead of adding more items, let's just change the UI and provide it some sort of padding, or let's say margin. We have provided this map padding and this will just wrap the content. Okay, so it's good now. Now you can see we can scroll it and the items are loaded at the runtime. We can enhance this by adding just radius and elevation. Not elevation, actually it should be card elevation. I guess so, it should be card elevation. And it should be application at the, yeah, I'm right. It should be card elevation. Now we can see this little bit of blackish color, which we are able to see. And let's just say 280. Oh, this is too much. Let's say 50. Okay. Add some color to like white. Okay, I think so that was enough. Now let's just try to run our app. It should look a more bit pleasing. That this card should be different, I guess so. Okay, we have a round radius over here, but we can't see the separation. That's because we haven't provided margin or padding, something like that. Let's just provide it some sort of padding. Let's say 4 density pixels. No, not padding. It should be margin. 4, I guess so. This should do the work. Let's run it again. Now it will be all things set. Yep. So that is what we wanted. We have our items. We have our card layout. We have this elevation. Everything is on point. Let me just wrap this in short. We made an item layout where the layout of our items will be set up, and we will have as much as item we have in our data class. If you want to add more items into a later layout, we need to add more items, more variables in our data class. Now we came up to adapter class. Adapter class is used to set the data into our class. Okay, ignore this warning, I don't know why it's there. We have a class view holder where we define all the views which we have. Since we have only two views, so we defined only two views. This is the parent layout inflator. From here we inflate the layout of our parent on create view holder method. Then inside the method on bind view holder, we bind the data of the title. Means we are binding this data, this title, this text view title. We are going to bind its text to item.text. Means the item which will be displayed inside this text view is equal to item.title. Okay, and similarly its description will be set to item.description. What is item? Item is a variable of items, and this adapter class takes something as an input, and we have provided it as an item list. Now try to understand this in a flow. Let me show you this. We have this recycler. We initialize the recycler view. Okay, this was step number one. After we initialized, we come over here. We provided the recycler view dot adapter. Means recycler we have an adapter which is equal to adapter class, which is the name of our adapter, and we are passing a list of items which we have defined over here. Just come over here. This is the item list. This is the list of all the data which we want to show. So our adapter class is being passed with this list. Okay. Now let's come to our adapter class. Our adapter class takes something as an input. What input does it take? It takes the input of list. That's what we are passing it over here. We are passing it item list, which is a type of list. Okay. So we have passed the item details as the list. We have passed the list which is of type item details. Means it will have two things, a title and a description. That's what we did here. We have a title and we had a description. If we try to add a third field, then we may show some sort of error. What the error is? Too many arguments. Since we have no argument in this item detail data class, that's how we are seeing this error. Let's try to add another field over here. Well, let's say data of type string. Now when we come up here, we can see a data file over. Means we can add three items over here. Now all of things this is going to show error. Let's just remove this for now. Now it's correct. I hope so you got. Okay. So we have a list of items which is of type item details. Okay. With this list is of type item details. And we are passing this list into our adapter class. This adapter class is over here. It took something as an input, which is a list, which we provided it, and it will return us a recycler adapter class dot view holder. This class, this is going to bind all our data. Here we are going to inflate our parent, and here we are going to set the data, and here we can get the count. So basically, we had a recycler view, okay, and we had a adapter. In that adapter, we have binded the data. We had a layout file like what each item should look like. So with the help of the adapter, with the help of this function, we are loading the data into this field, and in the main recycler view, in the main activity, we are setting up the recycler view and passing all the list. I hope so this was clear to you. This is a bit complex concept. I'll be explaining you once more when I'll be working on a project. Okay, so this was all about the recycler view.
So let's continue now and make our first application, which is a to-do list app. It would be very simple application. Just come over here. So basically this crash course is for just getting your hands on Android so that you can explore new ideas and create create projects upon your own. So let's create a new project. Let's come over here and create the new project. Let's name it as a to-do list app. Let's use the empty views activity cards. That what we need. Simply name it as to do. Let the Gradle build. Okay, this is generating all the files which we are required. The first thing which we need to do is to add some sort of dependencies, like for lifecycle and for other things. Let's let it sync, then only we'll be able to add the files to the Gradle. We need to add the files to this project level. Actually, this is setting the files for our project level. In this build.kts, we need to add the file here in the implementation one. Okay, so it's almost done. Yeah. So what we need to do is copy few dependencies which we need. You can just copy it from here, or you can simply go and Google this. You can get the dependencies for every other thing. Trust me. Actually, this is the new method of declaring the dependencies, this lib one. So from wherever you copy the dependency, you will be getting the dependencies in the previous format. Okay, so it's done. Yeah, I don't think so we'll be needing this app activity one. Yeah, we need the dependency for recycler view and Google material buttons and material things. Okay, we are good to go. Let's see if there is any update. Yeah, you can change this, and okay, this one also, and this one also. And one more thing, you need to change this to 35, and let's sync the project. Okay, so everything is synced. Now the first thing which we are going to do is to design our main activity. Let's come to layout. Then inside this main activity, remove all this code, and we need this a simple code. This is a very simple one. We need nothing, just a recycler view. This is our recycler view, and what we need is a simple add button. This add button is like a floating add button which will keep on floating, and upon tap we will be able to create a new note. Okay, now let's come to the drawable, and we need a add button. Let's come over here, and in the vector asset, search for add. Yeah, this one. This will do the work, or we can use this one. Whatever you like, it's up to you. Okay, I would prefer this add box. I can change the color, but let it remain like this. Then click on next and add this. Okay, we have our add button. Let's remove the margin. We don't need any more. Okay, no, we should have margin actually. Okay, we can let it remain like this. We can dissolve this later, that how this design view should look. I hope so you are familiar with the recycler view. If you have skipped this video till here, then please go back and refer to the video. One thing I would like to do is to change the drawable actually. The drawable doesn't look pleasing. Instead of this add, we can use this empty add button. Now I think so that should do the work. Let's see this one. Yeah, this is pretty good. Okay, so that that is it what we want. We had our recycler view setup, we had our this custom floating action button setup. Now the next thing is we need to have a layout file which will describe the item's layout. As you know that each item will look similar and each item will have a layout type, so we need to describe that layout. So come over here, name it as item layout, and let's create this file now. Let's come here and remove all this code and simply paste this code. Okay, so this is our code. Let's have a look over here. So each item will have something. This is a checkbox whether the item is done or not, and this is the description box. This will contain the description inside it. Actually, for now it is a linear layout. This is our checkbox and this is our linear layout. Inside this we have a text view which will say the task title, and we have a text view another which says the task description, and we have an image button. This image button, what this thing is, actually this image button is like, it helps us to add the image within a button. So it's like a layout, it's like a UI component which we can refer to. Let's come over here, click on the vector asset, and let's find a delete option. Yeah, this is, or we shall consider this, and next, and then finish. Let's try to rename this. Okay, we have our delete button set up over here. Since this is a card view, we need to provide it some sort of, I guess, margin from the top. Not 4, I guess. Okay, instead of margin, we can provide it gravity. Okay, now it's good. We have provided the gravity to the center. And yeah, this is how our one task is going to look. Our task will have a check button, it will have a delete button, and some content description, right? Now what we need to have, a something, a layout which will be showing us that we want to add a task, right? When we click on this add button, we need to have this a layout which will ask us the title and the description, then only we'll be able to show it here, right? So we need something like a layout which will ask us to fill the details. Okay, so let's come over here and try to do that. Let's create a new file, name it as add item, and let's create its UI file. Okay, remove this code, simply we don't need this anymore. The thing which we need is this. Now let's have over here. Basically this is a linear layout, as you can see. Let me show you. This is a linear layout. We have provided it some orientation which is vertical, and we have some padding which is 16 density pixels. Actually the padding is the distance between this distance, as you can see. And what we have is a material text field. This is the UI component which we can refer to this. Let me show you. Let me go to the design mode, and this palette we have something called edit text, or let's say input. Yeah, this text input layout, you can refer this as a text input layout. The work of this thing is to take the input from the user. Actually in text view we can't write anything, right? If it's a simply text view, we are simply displaying anything, right? We can't write anything over it. As you remember, which we have written hello world, so we can't write anything on that. Let me show you. Let's try to run this application once, then I will be able to explain you. Where's the emulator? Yeah, you can see it is good morning. Are we able to type something over here? No, that's why, because it's a text view. Okay, that was the reason. Now let's come back to our project and add a input text view. This is the input text view. This is the whole layout, and we have a input edit text inside it side. You will be getting this whole code at once. Okay, so don't worry. You'll be getting the whole code at once. Means when you try to import this, okay, let me show you. When we import this, we have added this new input text field. You can see over here. So you got this whole code at once. Okay, so you don't need to worry about that. You need to write this code. Okay, so we have a title, we have a description, we have everything done. We have set the height to wrap the content, and we have set the height to wrap the content for the title also. Okay, we are good type. It's good to go. What we can have is some sort of drawables, which we will be adding later on. Okay, so almost all the files are complete. Now what we need to do is need to have the backend code or the main code. Inside that we will be calling all our events. This is our main activity. First of all, remove this one. We don't need this anymore. Now let's get started and create some files, which is our adapter file, right? We need the adapter file. Okay, let's start. Okay, so the first file which we need is actually we are following the MVVM architecture, so we need to add few packages. Let's try to have a data package over here. Inside this data package, we will be creating our data class and all the other files. Let's have this and create another package inside it. Inside this, we'll be having our entity, or you can say it as the data class which we need right now. Let's create a new Kotlin class file. Let it be of type data. Let it name as task. Okay, now think and answer me. What a task should have? A task should have a title, a description, and a is completed like boolean, whether it is completed or not. And one more thing we can have, actually it auto suggested me, yeah, this id, which is of type long, or we can change it to int as per our use case. So our data class is ready. Actually this was pretty fast cause this suggested me few files which are totally correct. Now let's come over here and create our repository. This is our repository file. As you all know, we need to create a new Kotlin class file. Let's name it as repository. I will explain you the whole MVVM architecture once we are done, but for now just code along me. If you have any confusion related to MVVM, it will be clear till end. Don't worry. Now let's come over here and have our repository. First of all, what we need to have a private variables, which is task. It will be a list of tasks, right? This will be of type task, means the list of the task will be of type this. It means that task will contain a title, description, and is completed, etc, etc. And what we need to have another private variable, which is like all tasks. Instead of this, I will explain you this, don't worry. This will be the same. In this case, this is the mutable list of live data. Now you might be wondering that I am referring to the same thing once again. This is a mutable list of tasks and this is a mutable live data of task, right? So just don't panic right now. Code along me and I made sure that you will understand this whole data once. Actually, the use of this thing is like in MVVM we have a data layer, we have a UI layer, and we have a business layer. In the business layer, we used to write all the logic which we refer. In the UI layer, as the name suggests, this is the UI component. It will hold all the views which the user sees in the UI. So suppose when the user enter any task, so the data it will took from UI, then it will transfer that whole data into the view models. The view model is like a broker. It will transfer the data further to the business layer. As the name suggests, MVVM, which is model view and view model. Model, it contains your backend logic. View, it contains your UI views. And view model, it is a broker between a model and a view. So it will transfer the whole data from UI to model and from model to UI. Okay. So this whole thing is called MVVM. So don't worry right now. This all the things are for transferring the data. Means repository is the intermediator. You can say it as like that. It's the intermediator which we are using. Now let's have some functions. Let's have a function add task. This add task will do something like tasks dot add. Whatever the task the user has written, it will be getting the task. Don't worry for that. Now what we can have another, we can have a function like delete the task. Simply we can add a task and we can delete it. We can add task dot remove. Okay, we are good to here. And what else we can have? We can have a function like to update the task. Yes, this is the update task function. It haven't gave me the code actually. Yeah, this is the code. Actually, this auto suggester is pretty good in its work and it saves a lot of time. We have a index. It says task dot index. We will be getting the ID of the task which we are going to update. Just imagine we are trying to update the task and we don't have the ID for the task, right? So first of all, what we need to have is to have the ID of the task which we are going to update. If the index is not equal to -1, means this is a check that if the user is not able to, if the user is like trying to update a task which does not even exist or something else error like that. So it is kind of debugging line that if the user is trying to update any false task, then please stop him. So this is like not equal to. Now what we need to have is a UI layer. Let's come over here and create a package, name it as UI. Inside this UI package, I think so, no, this should be outside here. Let's create a new package, name it as UI. Inside this package, create a new package inside this, name it as view model. Inside this view model, let's create one more file, Kotlin class file. Let's name it simply as view model, because this basically view model, or let's say the task view model. Okay, we have our task view model ready. Now what we need to have is to connect this task view model with our UI portion, right? Let's define this. Let's have it a return type. Okay, so this is of type view model. Now let's come inside this view model and it is giving me some suggestions, right? First of all, we need our repository because we are performing all the operations from our repository. Import this. We have our repository. Let's import our task. We have our task. So what this thing is, this is a repository which is of type repository which we have already created. We have all task which is repository dot all tasks. We have a function called add task. Now you might be wondering why we had the second function add task. Actually, this suggestion is not completely correct. The add task should not be like this. And we need to have one more variable which is like a task counter. So all the time this is not correct. Let's have a private variable which is like task counter id. Okay, and this is initialized to 0. Now let's have a function add task. This function will take something as an input. The input will be our title. It will be of type string, and this will take something as description. This will be also of type string. Okay, let's come inside this function. Let's have val task. Okay, this is indeed correct. This says add task will have a task. Inside this task, it will increase the counter by 1 and add the title and description and transfer this thing to the repository, and then repository will be displaying it. Actually, we are not using any sort of database here to store the data. We are just displaying this thing. If we would have a database, then we will be using to store it locally. I don't want your hands to get dirty on very complex things right now, because it might create a mess for you. In the next project, we will do that, definitely. Okay, let's have a function. Let's say toggle task complete. Yeah, we need to toggle that checkbox whether the task is completed or not. Toggle the task completion. This will be of type task, and it will okay, great. We should have a repository dot update task and set the boolean to false. Sorry, set the boolean to true. That yeah, task is completed. Okay, we are done from here. We have our task view model, we had our data class, we had our view models. Everything is completed from here. Now what we need to do is to set up our main activity and our recycler adapter. Okay, inside this UI layer, we can do this in the UI layer also. In the UI layer, let's create a new file. Let it name it as recycle task adapter. Remember to start the name of the class with a capital letter, because that's the rule actually. Now the first thing which we need to have something is a constructor. Inside this task view model, describe something like private variable. Import this task. We need to have a second private latent variable, private variable on task deleted. Okay, we are done from here. It shows some error. Okay, that's the problem. Remove it from here. We are done. We have a private task. We have two private variables. These are like constructors that when the task checked change, like whether the task is status is changed, whether the task is done or not, and the another thing is on task deleted. So this will be of type list adapter. Task comma task adapter dot task view holder, right? And what else we need? We need a callback. Okay, this shows us some sort of error. Let's have a look over here. We have a list of task adapter, then we had task, comma task adapter dot task view holder, right? Then we have this. Okay, yeah, we need to create some files now. Okay, let's come inside this. Let's have a override. Let's override the function on create. Actually, this code is going to remain same for most of the time. So I think I need to copy few code and then get back and then explain you, because this thing is not going to change a bit. Okay, let me just copy some code, actually the boiler code. Okay, just remove this thing from here right now and paste few lines. This will be our task adapter. Let's import the files. Import the view group. Import this layout inflator. Come inside this. No, actually wait. Let's import the recycler view first. Let's import all the views which are possible. Okay, I think so we are done from here, and we are seeing some error related to this binding. For this binding, we need to come to the Gradle scripts and inside this app level module, and we need to enable the build types inside this only, or write things build features. Yeah, set this view binding to true over here and sync the project. Let's give it some sort of time to sync the Gradle. Now let's come back and here and let's have a look. Actually, we don't have the task item, we had the item layout. Yeah, we need to have this item layout binding. And let's change this. Change this thing to item layout binding. Let's come over here, copy this code and replace all. Okay, I missed the item. Okay, just remove this and add I everywhere. We are good to go now. Now what we need to do is to edit our main activity. Before that, I hope so you have understand the concept of this task adapter as I have explained it previously, that what this adapter class does and how this is function, what is the work of this on create view holder, what is the work of this on bind view holder, then what is the work of this inner class? The extra thing which we have is this class task differential callback. I will explain you this, but for now let's come to our main activity, and we need to add few files. Let's declare some private late init variables. Yeah, the first thing, no, not this one. Let's name it as private late init var as binding, and set it as activity main binding. Import this file. After this, let's name it as private late init var, which is a view model, because this class is related to our view model, so we'll be needing our task view model over here. Task view model by view models. Import this. It shows some error. Let's have a look. Okay, we don't need late init, right? We have initialized it. Sorry. We need a private late init var, which will be of type task adapter, and this will be of type task adapter, and we are good to go from here. And we need to change few things from here. We need to change this, and we need to have some sort of function, sorry, variable binding, and binding is equal to activity main binding dot inflate inside this layout inflator, and then we need to set the content view to binding dot root. So this is how we set up our binding. Now let's initialize our recycler view. We will be needing some functions. The first method would be like setup recycler view. We'll create this function. After that, we'll be having setup observers. After, let's correct this. The another function which we'll be needing is a setup click listener. Okay, we are good to go from here. Now let's come over here and declare our functions. I mean, declare our methods. The first method would be private func, which is a setup recycler view, right? Let's try to set up our recycler view. Okay, let's come inside here and have a task adapter is equal to task adapter. Then inside this we will be having on task changed. We will be providing this to the view model and informing that yeah, the task model is changed. Okay, from the UI component, if the user taps this setup, that the task is completed, so it is informing the task adapter that yeah, the task adapter has been changed. Then it is further informing the view model, yeah, that something has happened, your task has been changed. Now the another thing is like on task deleted, we need to perform something like view model dot delete task. It's informing the view model that yeah, your task has been deleted. Okay, now what we need to have after all this thing, let me have a look over here first. Yeah, okay, after this we'll be needing something called binding the task view, binding our task recycler view. This will be of type This will be of type setup the recycler view. This says that adapter dot check the change, and then view model implies that setup view model. Okay, this is completed. This is our setup observer-ish observes. Just a minute. This thing is incomplete. Okay, this inbuilt code is not correct. I thought it was correct. Okay. Okay, so we changed the state of the recycler view that yeah, the task is completed, or whether we want to delete the task. Then we want to inform the recycler view that yeah, something has been changed. Please update your items layout from that text box. Let's say it as layout manager, from linear layout manager to this dot main activity. Okay, now we are done from here. Now let's come over here and set up the observers. This will be like view model dot all task. Okay, it's showing us some error. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, I got the error. Remove this from here. We are good to go. We have the private setup observers. This says view model dot all tasks dot observe, and then submit all the tasks. Now what we need to have another variable. Set up the click listener. Inside this is used to show the click listener that whenever you tap that button to add our task, so the work of this function is to show that task dialog box. Okay, so let's have another variable which is like task dialog box. So the thing is that val dialog, let's have that dialog box to be appear when we want to add that task button. So this is a dialog box. Actually the dialog box is something like a pop-up which we see. We will be able to understand this when we work on this. Yeah, we need this. But before using this, let's try to import this. Remove this for now. Let's come over here. Then what we need to set the title. Set the title to add the task, and then set the view to r.id. This item layout which we have already generated. Then after that, set positive button, means the positive button is to add the task. Okay, let's write some sort of code. I will explain you. For now, just write the code along. Import this view simply. And what else we need to have? We need to have a val title, and then we need to have a similarly val description. Import this file. Let's have variable title and convert this to string. Similarly, let's have the val description and convert this to the string. Remove this thing from here. Now we need to have a check condition whether the item title or description is blank or not. So we need to have a check that if title is not empty and description is not empty, then update the view model to add the following task which we have generated. Now the another thing is need to set the negative. Come over here, dot set negative button and set it to cancel, dot create. Then after all this thing, the thing which you want is to dialog dot show. We need to show our dialog box. We are done from here. We are almost completed. Almost not. We are totally completed. Now the thing is that I need to explain you the whole code. Before that, let's try to run our app for very first time and see whether the code works or not. Okay, give it some time. Okay, this is installed successfully. Let's have a look over here. Okay, we have our add button. I agree the UI is not very pleasing. Let's try to press this. Okay, we have, let's say, task 1. Then what I need to have, do this. Okay, let's press the add button. We have the task here. We can set it as tick or not. Okay, we can delete the task. Okay, so that's what we wanted. Let's add some false data. Let's create this. Let's create another file. I agree the UI is not very good. We can skip the UI part. The UI is in your hands. You can use AI for this to improve your UI. You can check this as tick. You can check this as untick. You can delete the file. Okay, that was what we wanted. Now let's get to our code part again and try to understand. The first thing which we created was this task entity or data class. This is our data class that represent a single task. Every single task must have these things. Okay, every data class must have these things like ID, title, description, and is completed, right? Now the another thing which we had a repository. This repository have some work. This act as a single source of truth for your data. It manages all a list in a memory. Like it uses live data. It uses the live data to notify the observers of change. Provide the methods like add, remove, and update. We have add, remove, and update. It could be extended to include a database like I already told you. Then we had something our called task view model. This task view model is something like I already told you that it survives the configuration change, like when the screen is rotated, so your tasks don't get deleted. Suppose you rotated your screen and the task which you have marked as completed just evaporates or just erases, so that's not what you want. So this survives the screen changes. It manages a UI related to the life cycle, means whenever the user and tick the button from there in the UI, it comes to the view model, then to adapter, then to our logic code, then it updates it there, and then we see the response. It handles all the business logics like creating the task IDs, etc. It is a bridge between UI and repository, as you all know. We have the task adapter class. This task adapter handles displaying the items inside the recycler view. You already know this pretty well. Okay. Okay, I understand this task view model might not be clear to you. This task view model survives the configuration changes, as I already told you. This processes the raw data into the UI ready format, and this repository, this thing is like a single source of truth. As I already told you, it helps in the data management. It helps us to handle the multiple data storage, and we can actually add room database inside this. A room database is like a local storage device which we can use to store the data locally inside our device. Okay, the thing which is happening, which is this. So what you guys should know is that the user should be updating the task is completed and task description from the UI portion, right? The backend should not be able to change it, right? So when the user updates it, it get and stored it as a mutable list of tasks which the user adds. Then we are performing all the actions on another variable which is a mutable live data. Then we are performing all our actions over here. Then we are providing these things to our view model and task adapter. We have basically created a duplicate file of this. So we are performing all the operations on the duplicate file and then assigning it to the original one. So we are not changing the original file in case we need it. So we are performing all our actions in the adapter class, and in this view model we are changing it. Now as you can see, in view model we are using our original variable, okay, but in our repository we are using this duplicate one. This thing is same, but we are using this one in our repository, and once we have done changing all the files, like done adding the task, done deleting the task and updating the task, then we are transferring it to our view models, and then we are displaying it in our UI from our task view model. So this is the flow how it actually works. I hope so you have understood the concept, and this was our application. The thing is up to you. You can improve its UI. You can just simply go to AI and provide your XML file and ask it to improve the UI, and you can ask this to be improved also. Okay. Okay, let me do it for you. Let's come over here, copy this main activity code from here, and let's use the AI. In this case, I'm using Claude AI. I have provided the code and just write a simple prompt to improve the UI. Okay, this has given me few code. Now let me copy this and see how does this thing looks. Okay, we have this some files over here. We had a new kind of button over here. We can see some sort of color it has provided us. Let's copy these colors and add these colors to the values folder inside this color. Maximum things are resolved. We have a drawable which is used here. Okay, we have an image view. We can delete this image view. Actually, this will be displayed over here. Okay, I got it. Let's come here in the drawable and import a new drawable. It will be of type vector. Let's search this edit pen, and yeah, I think so this will be, actually we need an image which is something like, it says assignment. Let's try to find this. Yeah, okay, we are completely good to go from here. Now let's try to improve this code also. The AI can completely change the way you work. Actually, this is pretty good in designing, so you can use this also. So I would suggest you to use this. Why to waste your time in designing the UI once if you are able to do it here? Okay, this is the due date option. We don't need it. It's optional. We will be removing this. It has given me some further code. Dialog. I need to create the dialog background. Let's remove this and come over here and remove this optional code. remove this due date, and we need to copy this file and paste this inside a drawable, create a new resource file, name this as dialog background. Copy this whole code and we are good to go mostly. We need a flag, okay. We need some more drawable file and we need a color actually. Oh, I think so this has just increased the code too much. Yeah, we can add the description and set up primary color over here. Let's come to colors, and I don't think so it has provided me the primary color which it wants. Let's see which color it gave me. Till then, let's come over in the drawable folder and add some drawables. The drawable will be description. Yeah, this is what we need. Let's finish this. We are done with the description. Do we need another? No, I don't think so. We need the color. Okay, okay. Okay, let's copy this actually. We don't have much time to waste on this thing. There is no harm to add the colors in this. Okay, I think so it has. Yeah, this should be deleted from here. Let's provide it drawable start. Why I'm not able to see my drawable which I have just imported? Just a minute. I can copy this thing from here and paste it over here simply. Okay, I think so I'm good to go from here. This is the hint one. Okay, this looks pretty good to me. Now let's try to rerun our application and see how does this thing looks, and that's what we wanted. Remove this code from here. Duplicate colors have been generated. Now let's see whether the UI looks something good or not. It's actually up to us that what we want to see. You can really improve the UI using the AI. As I explained you, just provided the prompt which you want and UI will do the work. You can actually provide special prompts like I want to look it like this or something like that. Add the task. Oh, this looks good. Okay, this is description. Let's add it. Yeah, that's what it is up to. Let's add some false data to see how does this thing looks. Okay, let's actually increase the description to few multiple lines to see How does this things expand? Yeah, it is doing indeed. Okay, let's try to add this. Okay, this is good. We can delete the file. So that's it. It was a simple to-do list app for this application. Welcome back, friends. In this part, we will be making a simple application which is a fitness tracker. Let me just show you a small demo over here. Let's have a demo. So this will be our fitness tracker. As you can see, we have our map. This pin pointer shows the current location of the user. Then we have something like kilometers covered, calories burned, and the time duration. And we have a start button over here. This start button starts tracking the calorie, and as you can see, if the user don't move, the distance won't be covered and the calories would be zero. As soon as the user starts to move, the calories and the duration will start to move. Now let me just show you, since this is an emulator, I don't expect the results to be too accurate. As you can see, it has started burning some calories. I don't know what's going on in the emulator. Let me show you with the help of logcat. Actually, inside the logcat, as you can see, there is something like updating marker and updating the location. So we are getting the current location, and then according to the current location, we are using a formula to calculate the calories burned. Then we are calculating the speed, which is currently 0. We have all the other things which are being tracked at every 2 seconds, like 54, 56, 57, then 58. At every 1 second, we are calculating the location of the user, and according to the location of the user, we are getting his calories, and then we are calculating the further task. So I think so this is a kind of new experience for you guys, since this is going to be a very new application. We'll be making it just like this. Now you might be wondering from where we have got this map API, and if you are thinking we are going to use this Google, then I think so you are pretty wrong, because when I tried to get the API for the Google, there was some sort of error for me in the payment. Actually, this is a free API, as you can see over here, but when I tried to add the credit card for the payment purpose, it was denying me. But if you can get the API key and can use it inside your application, then it would be quite fascinating and quite good for you guys. As it, you can see, I'll not be charged anything until I upgrade to a manual account, but there was some sort of issues in my billing account, so I preferred not to use Google. I have used some other APIs. Actually, this is not an API also. I have used the other dependencies, as you can see over here. So we will be making this similar application. So let's get started. I think so you might have set up your Android Studio, and I would suggest you to code along me, because this application requires some sort of new things which you guys might not be aware of. So the few things which I want you to copy is, let me come in my module, and I want to copy these dependencies. Okay, these dependencies are common, but I want you to copy these from here to here. These are the dependencies for the map. Okay, so first let's start our application, and we are going to make this thing on XML. So let's just click on here, and let's say name of the application is FitSync. I think so this is a pretty good name. Let the Gradle sync. Meanwhile, we can just set up the dependencies. You can copy them from here. After that, maybe we'll be making a stock market application. Let me just give you a short demo that how that application is going to be. Okay, in the emulator right now it's let's run is running. So I will explain you the next application would be a stock market analysis application. The application is basically a, let me give you a look. So the basic application is getting the stock market details from the API, and we are trying to show the detail in the application. Let me show you. Let the Gradle build. Actually, the thing which we are learning in this stock market application is that how we are going to use these dependencies. This mock one means they are going to help us to display the stock market, this implementation Android.chart. So basically, with the help of this, we are going to learn that how the stock market chart is being displayed. Like if I have a IBM, so when I click on IBM till the data is being fetched, this whole graph will be displayed to us. So this is the learning point of this application. We will be learning how we can integrate this chart inside our application to view our file. As you can see, we have a pointer and we can see the price over here. Okay, so this is the app which we are going to work on next. We can have an error state also, like if the stock is available, then it will be shown over here, like you can see for TCS. Since we have some API limits, this API is have some free tier, so that's why we are able to see. I think so 10 calls are free for this API, rest are paid. So we will be working on this application later on. So meanwhile, let's copy the dependencies. Let's copy these dependencies from here, and we will require coroutine dependencies also, so we will copy them from here. Okay, let's just open our fitsync, come in our Gradle file, then in our project, and simply copy these and change this compile SDK version to 35. After that, we need to add few more dependencies which is of this coroutines. Let's copy this coroutine also. You can pause the video and type this. It's up to you. Let's go to the libs folder and copy these dependencies over here. Yeah, and we need few more. This coroutine version, which is 1.7.1. I would recommend you not to use the latest version because latest versions are in general not very stable. Yeah, so let's copy these two also. You can simply Google this if you're not able to find the dependencies. You can Google the dependency for coroutine and etc. It will be pretty easy for you. But make sure the dependency which we are going to use for the map and the third party dependency should be like the latest version. But I would suggest you do not upgrade your view model to 2.8.7. That is not stable. Okay, just sync this and make sure you have this dependency. This is for the Google Play Maps, but we are not going to use this. We are going to this OS Android. We are going to use this dependency. Okay, I think so. By mistake, this was printed. Let the Gradle sync. Let's give it its time. Meanwhile, you can also type the dependencies which are required. Okay, our project is synced. Almost synced. Yeah. Now, the one thing which I would like to show you guys is that please don't just copy the code. Code along me, because coding along me will boost up your confidence and will help you to code along, as I have told you several times. Okay, so our file is synced. Now, as you all know that we are working on MVVM architecture, which is model view and view model. So we need to create few packages. Let's come inside our app. This is our module, app module. Come inside the Java folder, and inside this fitsync, let's create our new package. The name of this package will be a data layer. As you all know, we have a data layer. Then we have another package which is the UI layer. Inside this data layer, we have another package which is like models. So we'll be having our like data class over inside this, and inside this package let's have another one which is repository. So I think so you are familiar till now that what is a data layer and what is this repository and how they are linked together. I hope so it is clear to you. Inside the UI we should have another package which is of view model. We'll be creating our view model inside this. One more thing is we need to have some dependencies, sorry, not dependencies, actually permissions, which is the location permission of the user. So yeah, and you need to add this dependency to your, sorry, this permissions, all these permissions inside your manifest file. Make sure you have added these before we get started. Okay, let's come inside the manifest. Provide these permission to the application, and now we are good to code. So the first thing which we need is basically something like a repository, something like a data model. Inside this model, let's create our first data class. Now just imagine what a data class should basically consist. Like how many distance, what's the duration, how many calorie burns, what is the root points. Actually we will be having a variable root points. This will be calculating the position of the user, and we have something like average pace then timestamp. Okay, let's name it as workout session and create this file. Okay, this is pretty good. Now we need to add the variables inside this. The first variable would be an id of type string. Okay, this is all what we need. The second variable is the distance, which will also be of type string. No, not string. The distance can't be in alphabet, right? It would be float. Great. After the distance, we will have another variable distance. Now guess what should be the data type of this? Exactly, we can have the duration, sorry, not distance, duration. Yeah, the duration will be of type long, as it suggested me. Okay, the distance duration is also completed. Now we must have something like calories burned. This will be of type float again. The calories will be in float because it can be in like decimals. Then we have something like root points, like means what is the exact point where the user is currently. So this thing will be a list of latitude and longitude. Like this will be imported from the dependency which we have added, this com.google android gms map model. We have latitude and longitude. This will be telling us that what is the current root point of the user, means the where is user right now. We have something called average pace, and then we have something like timestamp. This average pace will be of type, let's say, double. And the last thing which we need to have is val timestamp. This will be of time type long. Okay, so we are almost done from here. Now what we need is to come inside the repository. Inside the repository, let us create our repository. Let's name it as fitness repository. Okay, this is good. We have a fitness repository set up. Now what we need, our fitness repository needs something as a constructor. This will be a private, val context, and this will be of type context. We need to provide it the context. Let's import this. Okay, we are done from importing the things. Now the first thing which we need is to have the location of the client. Okay, like we need to have the location service of the user, like the where the user is currently right now. Then we will be needing something like last location, where the last, what was the last location of the user and what was the current user of the location, so we can track him with using that blue line which we used to see. Then we need to have a private variable for the duration. Then one thing which we need to have is a tracking start time, and one more thing is a movement threshold. Now this thing might be new to you. Now as the name suggests, movement threshold. The movement threshold is like the user needs to move 1 meter at least, so that the distance is being recorded for him. It's not like that user have moved just a few inches and the cali start to run. That's not a valid approach, right? So we need a valid distance. So after that, the distance shall be considered. So okay, the first thing is this will be a private web. Let us set up our location client. This location client will be location services dot get fused location provider with the help of the context. Okay, let's add some dependencies. Let it sync. Give the Gradle its time. This is actually a new dependency for the location which we need just right now. Okay, this thing is set up. Now the another variable which we need is another a private variable, like last validation. Means what is the last validation? This will not be a var, this will be a var, or this will be keeping update. Means the location will be updating time to time. So let's say last valid location. Means what was the last valid location of the user where he was spotted. This will be of type location. If nothing is available to us, then we will take that null. Okay, let's import this. Oh, just a second, I think so. This has imported the location. Okay, instead of importing this, let's us import all the dependencies from the import. Instead of using the particular import, we can use star. The star shows that yeah, we have enabled everything. Okay, we can see something like location services dot get fused location provider client. Now what this thing means, this uses the Google's fused location provider for efficient GPS tracking. We have implemented a filter to ensure the accuracy up to 20 meters. Okay, and the valid speed should be like 0.3 meter per second or 1 kilometer per hour, and 8 meter per second till 30 meter per hour. If you are walking, then this can be the maximum speed. Okay, now this thing is set up. Now let's have another private variable. Now this will also be a var call. This will also be mutating. This is a mutating data, means this will change. Now this thing is like a boolean, like is the user moving or is he not? If the user is moving, then it's okay. If it's not, then it's okay. Just simply set it to false. Right now the user is not moving. Is, let's say, is actually moving or not. The next private variable, this will be also a var. This will be also mutating. Let's say is that total duration. What is the total duration of the user? This will be of type long and equal to 0 right now. This is 0. The another same thing is like a private var. This will be say as tracking start time, and this will be also of type long, and initially it will be initialized from 0. Now, as I told you, that private variable, which was the movement threshold, this will be set up to 1 meter actually. So this thing shows that, yeah, 1 meter is a threshold for the user. Now we will have some another private val, which is like the root points. Now we need to set up our root point, like from where the user is coming and how the user is interacting. Okay. This will be the root times. This will simply a mutable live data, because since the user is moving in the real time, so we'll be using this live data. This will be of type list and list of type latitude and longitude. Okay, just move this from here. And what we need is that this thing should be equal to like an empty list for now. Yeah, right now the list is currently empty. Now what we need to have is like another private variable, root points, which is same. Now as you know that why we have these two same variables, if you are not aware of this, then please relax. I will explain you once again. I have explained you earlier also. This will be a, instead of mutable live data, this will be just a live data. Let's import this live data class. This will be of type lat and long, and this thing will be equal to root points. Okay. Okay, we see some error over here. Let's see what's the error. Okay, this thing should not be like this. We should have a list. We have a list of latitude and longitude. I think so there is some sort of error related to the import. We need to use Android lifecycle live data and Android.lifecycle.mutable live data. This is okay. The imports are correct. Just let me have a look over here that why this error is showing. We have, okay, that was my mistake. Let's come over here, and we can't have this. Yeah, now it's okay. Now similarly we need to have another private variable. This will be of type like total distance. This will be total distance. It will be also equal to the mutable live data. But this time, this mutable live data will be of type float, and we are initializing it with 0. And we need to have another private variable. Okay, this shows some error. Let's have a look over here. Remove this average space from here right now. Okay, that was, we need a private val. Okay, we are good. Then we have this live data for the distance also. Now what we need to have is a current location and its tracking variable, like private val like the user is being tracked or not. This is for thing. It will be of type, this thing will be simply of type like mutable live data, and this will be of type boolean, as I have already declared that this is tracking will be of type boolean, like we have here is actually moving. This will also be a type of mutable live data, but this time we are using, instead of a boolean, no, actually this will be a boolean, right? Okay, initialize to false. Similarly, we have another private variable. This will be of type live data, and instead of mutable we are using live data. Similarly, we will have something like, we can say, current location, like what is the current location of the user, like private var. This will be of type mutable live data, but this time we will be using lat and longitude as the parameters. So basically this thing is like using the live data, we are managing the state. This root points, this root point which we have will give us the GPS coordinates and help us to make up the route, and this total distance is like total distance covered. Is tracking is the current tracking status, and then current location will be the most recent location which we have over here. Now what we need to do is we need to have some variables. Before that, let us just finish this like this. The current location, just a minute, this current location will be of type live data, but okay, we are good to go from here. Let's align this. Okay, we have initialized all our private variables which we need. Now we need something like some built-in values, that when the time start, it must start from 0. When the movement start, the time should be 0, last movement should be 0 initially, the last location update should also be 0, and then we will be working on another location callback function. Location callback function, this will help us to get the user's location timely, like where the user is actually. So this thing is basically going to return back us the location. But before that, let us declare some more private variables. I know this is very exhausting, declaring all the private variables again and again. This will be our private variable start time. The starting time of the user should be of type long, and let us initialize this with 0. Okay, another variable which we need is like starting time, then is active moment time. What is the active moment time? Then what is the last moment time, and what is the last location update time? Okay, remember this, we need to change this to where instead of where. Current location will be of type where only. We have the last moment time, and the next, which is the last one, this will be a where called last location update time. This will also be of type long, and this will be initialized to 0. So we have all our variables set up. Now I think so we are ready to do up with our the first private variable, which is the first working part inside our application. We have covered actually all our things. We have the first part, which is like location callback. I was discussing about this earlier. This will be a private val. Now things should get serious from here. We have a location callback. This will be of type, this will be an object actually. This will be an object of type location callbacks. This is the function invocation. And we are going to override few things over here. Now you might be wondering that what this whole thing is. Okay, just let me explain it. Okay, this line, this private val location callback is equal to object location callback. This line is creating an anonymous object that extends the location callback. The first thing is like private, which is the access modifier, which is visible inside the class. Then we have a val, then we have location callback name of the variable. Then we have object. This is a Kotlin syntax for creating an anonymous object. This thing, this object, and then this colon, this is the Kotlin way of creating the anonymous object. Okay, then we have the location callback, means the parent class. The parent class is location callback and it is being extended here. Okay, then we will be overriding few methods over here. Now let's get to the coding part, and first let's complete our this code, then I will explain you each line in detail. Okay, the first thing which we need to override over is, let's have an override function. We need to override the on location result. This will take something as a parameter which is the result of location result. Then we need to override, then what we need to override, we need to override the result dot result dot last location. We need inside a save call. Okay, inside of this location result, just simply change this to result. Results dot that last location means what was the last location. The basically the work of this whole function is like to update the latest location of the user. Okay, this whole function, this which you are able to see, is like this is called whenever a new GPS location is received, means whenever the user moves. Okay, right, whenever the user moves, this location callback is triggered and we are getting the user's new location, and then we are assigning that new location to calculate our calorie, then distance, then that blue line, then every other thing. Means this is the main heart of our application which we are building. This will help us to set up the location services, you can say that. Now we are saying that the new location, will be like, first we need to log this so that we can have a log also. So logging is also important. Let's log the new location which we have get. Let's use log.d. Then we are in fitness repository, new location. Let's import this log. New location received, location new received, or it should be like new location received. Okay, we have this new location received. The new location will be the location which we get. Now what this new location is, this new location will be @ new location dot latitude, and we will be having longitude, right? New location dot latitude and longitude. Okay, so we are good to go from here. We have logged the new location very easily. Now the another thing which we need to have is the current time, like what is the current time of the user when the location has been received. So let's have something like current time, and this will be just like system time with the time of the system. Now what we need to have is this current location user. This current location should be assigned with some value. Since this is a live data, this can't update the value. This function, this variable can't be updated. This will just show the live data. This current location, this which we are using here, is the mutable live data. Means this data will keep on fluctuating. This is the real data which is coming from the user's GPS location, and we will be assigning this location to the another variable inside the view models. Means inside the view models we'll be using this one. But here, since the data is currently being changed, okay, just let me simplify this. Whenever you move, your latitude and longitude will change, right? So this is a live data which is just mutating always. Okay, so we are using the live mutable data to get the data and log it. But when we want to show the current location, we don't want to show the latitude and longitude to the user, right? We just want to show the distance. We just want to show the correct location of the user. So the current location will be like when the user stops, whatever the coordinates the user is at will be stored and transferred to this current location, and we will be simply displaying it. Means we are using this variable, means we are using this value just to display the current location, right? We are not actually using this to track it. We are using just it to as a display. So all these variables which don't have this underscore over here are just used to display the thing. Okay, they are not used for any backend. They are just used to display the things via view model. All these things which have this forward slash are used to fetch the real location of the user, right? Let's say current user dot post the values. We are posting the values, means we are assigning this current location to the new location's latitude and the new location's longitude. We have assigned this thing. Means I hope so you have understood that what this location is. This means we are getting the new location from here. Okay, new location's latitude and longitude. Then we are assigning it to the current location, and then we will be assigning this current location to this val, and we will be using this val inside our view model to display our things in our UI. As you all know, in MVVM, this is our model which we are working on. Okay, so the another thing which we need to have is a quality check. Right, we need to have a check whether the user has actually moved or not. So let's have a move. If the new location dot accuracy is greater than 20, so this thing is like 20 meters, like if the user has moved 20 meters, like we can able to get the current real location of the user or not. Then log.d fitness repository, then we will be simply logging that yeah, the user location is too poor, that the accuracy was too poor. So we will be simply setting the is actually moving to false, means the user is not moving, so it will be false. Means if we are not able to get the accurate location up to 20 meters, then the location is actually moving variable will be set to false, means the user is not moving at all. So it basically means this. Now let's have something like the variable which is last valid location. Let us replace it with a save call, and this is our save call. Inside this last valid location, let us have last location. Then we will be having a distance, that what is the, let me just remove this from here meanwhile. We actually don't need this code. Okay, we have our last location. Then let's have our distance. This distance will be the new location dot distance to the last location. So basically this should be distance, right? Okay, this shows some error. Let's see. Let's have annotation. Okay, annotation is added. Required Android location dot location, Android health connect data types. Okay. There is some error in the import. Okay, just a second. What we need to have? We need to have this. Okay, simply come over and remove this import and add this import. Let's import the class exercise routes. Actually, we don't need this one also. There is some error in the import. Just let me have a look. We are having the latitude, we are having the location, we are having mutable live data. We have this annotation is not basically required. We have android util.log. We have android location.location. This is what we actually require. So just let me have a look at why this thing is not. Let's see some more actions to this. Okay, this is the part of coding, guys. Okay, this should not be the case, right? Instead of this, we should simply use location. Now we are good. Now let's come back to our distance one. We have the new distance, which is the from the current new location to the last location. This will be the distance, right? This is pretty clear that from your current location to the last location where you was is the distance you have covered. Now we have something like time gap. That what was the time gap? So let it simply be like the current time okay, we have used something like current time stamp over here, right? We have this current time stamp. Let's remove the stamp. This does not make sense. We have our current time. We need to simply subtract the last location update time. Means whenever the last location was updated, now where this is used, this is over here. Means whenever our last location up time was updated, we need to subtract that from our current time, so that will be our total time gap. Very easy, right? Now we need to calculate some sort of speed, like what is the speed of the user. Let's have val speed. Okay, this val speed is equal to, but first of all, before setting up this, we need to have a check whether the user is actually moving or not. So simply the time gap should be greater than 0. Clear? This time gap should be greater than 0, then only the user will be moving, right? Then if time gap is greater than 0, just a second. and distance should be multiplied with 1000, then divided by time gap, and we will be having a else block. Let us see where this if block is. Here up to we are having this, then okay. Okay, we have some error over here. Let's see what does this thing says. Okay, we have added that else block somewhere else. Okay, so we have the distance over here. If we have time gap, like distance into 1000 divided by time gap, if we have this thing, then it is well and good. Then if we don't have this, then we'll be using simply the elif statement. This thing should be closed before use elif, but I am not able to understand that why this thing is like not getting closed where it should be. The whole code should be like val speed. We should have val speed, which is a float. If the time gap is greater than 0 and the then the distance multiplied by the 100, we should get the time gap. Else, we should simply get 0. Okay, let's have something more. Okay, just let's leave it. We will get to this later on. Now, another thing which we need to have is like a very strict moment validation whether the user is actually moving or not. So to modify this is actually moving is equal to distance should be greater than the threshold moment. Distance should be greater than the moment threshold, and this is the comparator operator. We are using this double and this is comparator operator. And now the speed should be less than 8f, means the speed should be less than 29 km per hour, and speed should be greater than 0.3f, which is like 1 km per hour. Now if is actually moving, then what we need to do after this check, if the user is actually moving, then what we need to do is update the movement time and update the location data. Now you might see that what does update movement time. This update movement time, inside this we will be providing the current time, and we need to update the location data. We need to update the location data. This will be the new location. Okay, so when we have all this check completed, then we need to actually have something like, then we need to have a check like if the user is actually moving and he has moved, so basically his time has been updated, his distance has been updated, everything must be updated. So we need to update it with using two methods. The first method would be like update the moment time, right, with the current time, and then update the location data with the new location data. Now let's simply add a log over here because this log is also important. Let's have a log, this fitness repository. Let's have this valid movement. This is a valid movement. So let's provide the distance. Then after distance, let's write meters, which is the actual distance of the user covered. Then let's have speed. Then just let's display the speed. The speed will be in like meter per second. Okay, we are good to go from here. Now as you can see, there are a few problems over here, which is that we don't have our first these two methods. We will create this later on, don't worry. Okay, after this log has been completed, we need to have something like a null check. The null check would be like we need to run something. Let's have this run block over here. Last valid location, we need to set the last valid location to the new. We haven't set the last valid location to the new valid location, right? Anywhere. We haven't set it anywhere. We have just calculated the distance, we have calculated the current speed, we have done everything, but we haven't calculated, assigned the last valid location to the new location and set the is actually moving to false. Like this thing is like we don't consider the first point as the moment. Means wherever we got the first point, suppose we pressed the start button, so we had some coordinates, right? So those coordinates are not like the user has moved. We should not start the tracking from there. We should neglect those points. After that, when the user moves, we should consider the new points. Then after you can see the last location update time should be set to the current time. So we are almost done from here. Now the thing which we are going to work on is the methods. There are several methods over here. I think so we should talk about those methods in the second video. The first method is this update moment time. Let's create a function over here. We have a private variable over here. Let's have some another private variable over here. Let's create this function. Okay, we have another function over here. We have both our functions set up. We have the moment time and we have the current duration. Okay, this is going to be a very small code. Actually, just let's type this along and then from next video we'll be working on the other functions. In this update moment, simply remove this to do part. So what we need to have is like in the update moment time, if the we need to have a if block if the last moment time is greater than 0, which is like last moment time should be greater than 0. Then what we need to do, then we need to see the active moment time. Okay, we need to set the active moment time plus the current time minus the last moment time. Now you might be confused that what this thing is. Then we are assigning the last moment time to the current time. Now what this thing is done, if the last moment time is greater than 0, means the moment has been made, then what we are doing is we are assigning this active moment time plus current moment time. This plus and equal to means active moment time plus current moment time minus last moment time. Then we are assigning this whole thing again to the active moment point. Means basically just imagine this like this thing, this whole thing, and the thing which is written over here is same. Okay, I hope so you understood right now. This is also an assignment operator. So the active moment time plus current moment but plus the current time minus the last moment time which the user have moved is actually going us to give the active moment time. Means whenever the user was active and he was moving, then we are assigning it to the current time. Now we need to get the another variable which is like get current duration. Okay, no, the moment was update location data. Yeah, This is going to be a pretty long code, so I think so. This sorry, update the location data. This is going to be a pretty long code because literally we need to do so much of work in this. As you can see, we are updating the new location data, like whether the user is actually moving, then we have to get the latitudes, longitude, then we have to assign that blue line, so it's too much complex. So instead of that, we can just, before that, let's come over here and let's have another function which is like get the current duration. Like, what is the current duration? This will be a shorter one. This will return us something of type long. Get the current location. This will simply return if is tracking dot value is equal to true. Means this will return something if and only if the is tracking is true. Okay, right? Now if this thing is true, then what we need to do, we need to write system.current time, then to milliseconds minus tracking start time. Means we are to get the current duration, we simply need to subtract the time when the tracking has been start to the current time. Simple. Whatever the, suppose you started on 2 p.m. and currently it's 4 p.m. So 4 p.m. minus 2 p.m. So that's the current duration. Else it will just return the total duration. This is pretty simple. Okay, so in next video we'll be working on this update location method. This is going to be a pretty big method. Let's remove this from here and assign it over here. Let's create some space between the methods so that we are able to find them. Okay, so let's meet in the next part. That's it for this video. Okay, now let's start our this update location method. In this update location data method, first of all, we need to have a check before we move on something else. The first check is that if it is not actually moving, this thing is not actually moving, then what we need to do? Then we need to have a log. Actually, this is a part of debugging also, that we are debugging the things. We need to log from fitness repository that skipping the location update or not actually moving, and then return something. Let's have a return log over here. Okay, good. Now we need to have a val latling. This latling will be like from the library latling, then we will be getting the new location dot latitude, and we need to get the new location dot longitude. Okay, so we got the latitude and longitude, and we are saving this to our value, which is last link. Okay, great. Now we need to have a val which says current points. This current points is like equal to root points dot value to a mutable list of. Don't need to worry. This thing is like the root points, the points to which the root is being covered. We need to get their value. We need to convert them to the list, and this will return something as a type of mutable list. Just try to understand what I'm trying to say. Suppose the user starts to move. So whenever the user starts to move, he leaves some location behind, right? So those location points are just converted into list and then a mutable list of. Okay, now what we need to do is we simply need to have a check of current points we need to have a check if the current point is empty. Okay, the current points can be empty also, like the user haven't moved at all, right? If the user have not moved a bit, then what we need to do, then we need this current points dot add to the last link, means we are adding the current points to the lat link. Okay, means we are adding the current points, or means like current location, current latitude and longitude to this last link. Okay, we need to add this to lat link, to the lat link, and there it is converting into new location dot latitude and then longitude, means not try to understand. The user moved, new points updated, new points are added to this val, and this val is updating the new location's latitude and longitude. Pretty simple, right? Now the next thing is like root points dot post the values. We need to post some sort of values, right? Now we have our current points. Now we need to post that points on the root points. Now as I told you, this root points is like mutable live data, so we need to change this. Okay, this mutable live data should be kept on updating, and from where this will be updated? From this method update the location. Okay, so this method is also responsible for updating the root points. Then what we need to post the value, we need to post the value of current points which we have here. This current point is the root point on which the user is currently standing right now. We are assigning this root points to the lat link, and we are assigning this root points to the root points. Okay. Now let's also log this statement. So let log this. Let first point added. This is the point when the user have just moving. Okay. Now what we need to have is a val which is like distance from the list. Distance from last. Okay, let's say distance from the last point. Now we need to have something like the first point was at your home, you start moving, then you move till your gate, so that gate is your new point, and the home means your bed was your last point. Suppose you moved from a bed to your room gate, so bed was your initial point and this gate is your last point. So we need to get the distance from the last point, from where you are now. Okay, from distance from last is equal to, like, we need to have some sort of methods which is like calculate the distance, and that distance will be current point dot last, and then we'll have the lat link. We'll initialize this method later on. Now if the distance from the last point is greater than 0, as this code suggests, it should not be like greater than 0. Actually this should be greater than threshold. The moment should be greater than threshold divided by, let's divide this by thousands to convert this. Means the last point should be greater than the threshold moment, then only add the current points to the lat link. Means if the user has at least moved 1 meter, then only consider it to be moved and add it to the points. Okay, then only remove this thing from here. If the distance is like, yeah, if the distance is greater than this, then we need to convert this thing into kilometer. Actually we are converting this thing into kilometer. Then current points dot add to lat link. This was pretty clear. Distance dot current points add lat link, and root points dot root points or post value dot current point. This was already there. Now what we need to do, we need to update the location. Let's have a variable which says current total, which will be equal to the current total distance. Initially its value is 0. Let's have another value, well, new total. This will be equal to current total plus the distance from the last point. This shows us some error. there is some sort of ambiguity. Let's have a look over here. Let's see what's the error is. The current total is equal to total distance dot value to 0. Okay, then we have the new total. We are assigning the current total plus distance from last point is okay. Just let's have a look into this. Distance from last should be greater than this. Distance from last should be okay. Let's create this method actually. Okay, this method is now created. We are still able to see some error. Okay, first of all, let's just complete the code. When I need to assign the total distance dot post the values to the new total, means whatever the new total what we have got, we are posting that as the total distance. Okay, now let's have a look. Okay, this thing says none of the following business functions can be called with the argument supply plus by plus double. With this current total is this is of type float. Okay, there is some error related to this. Okay, let me just resolve this. Okay, what we need to do is we need to have the calculate the distance method before we move forward. So this will be a very simple method. Let me just show you. This will be like we have to take the latitude and longitude as the input, which this method is providing us. This method is providing us the correct latitude and input, means we are providing the current points. With the current point is roots dot points, means the we are providing a list of points which is in the format of latitude and longitude. Then we are having a float array of size 1 right now. So location dot distance between, you are using this method. Then we are calculating the distance from last latitude and last longitude to latling latitude to latling longitude, means we are calculating the last latitude and longitude to the current latitude and longitude, and we are storing it in the form of results, and then we are returning the result, and result is divided by 1000, so we are converting that thing into kilometer. Okay, I hope this was understood. Now let's get back. We have this new total. Now what we need to have is last last valid location is equal to new location, means whatever the last valid location was there, it must be set to the new valid location from this whole point, means whenever the user has moved, this last valid location is set to the new location. Okay, now let's move on another private function, which is initialize the tracking, which is the initialization of tracking. This thing says that start time is equal to system.current time in milliseconds, then tracking start time is equal to similarly system dot current time into milliseconds. Then we are setting is tracking to post the value which is true. Okay, this initializing the tracking is done. Now the another important method which we are going to work on is request the location update. Okay, means there must be a method which must request the location update. This method will request the location update. Let's have a variable. This variable is like location request equal to location request dot create dot apply. Inside this apply, let's set the priority. Priority will be equal to location request dot priority high accuracy. We are using the high accuracy privacy. Then let's provide the interval equal to 1000 milliseconds, and let's have a fastest interval of 500, means half of a second. Then let's have a smallest displacement of 1 meter. Now what this thing is like, this thing is requesting the location updates at every 1 second, and we are getting the priority at high accuracy. Okay, means this method is going to ask the GPS of your system like to give you the location updates timely. Okay, now let's have a if block. If the check location permissions, means if the location permissions have been provided to us. Okay, means if the location permission is provided, then we need to try something. Let's have a try block. Inside this try block, let's have a location client dot request location updates. Okay, we are requesting the location updates. We are getting the location request comma location callbacks. We have used this location callback. Now you can see we are using this location callback inside this method over here. We have our location callback, means whenever the request is being made for the location updates, we need to check if the location request has been provided or not. Before that, let's set up the builder. We have set the interval that at every 1 second, at every 1 second of interval, we must update the location. Now we have to update this if and only if the location permissions have been applied. If the location permissions have been granted, then simply go to location client dot okay, this was request the location. Okay, just request the location updates. Then inside we need to have the location request. Now you can see inside this just a second and give me a time. Okay, no, great. In the location request, then we have a location callback. Then we have something like context dot main looper. Okay, we have some error over here. I think so. We have this after the try block. We need to close this. Right now, this is closed. This if block is closed over here. This try block is closed over here. Yeah, we need to have a catch block. Inside this catch block, we need to catch E as an let's say security exception, right? Security exception. And inside this security exception, let's simply where this is here. Inside the security exception, let's simply have a log statement. Let's say log dot error. This log dot error will be from fitness repository. Then we have simply a logging statement that yeah, your location has not been provided. Else we can display a toast location permission have not been granted, right? This makes more sense to us to display a toast. Now we have something like check the location permissions. We need to have this method now. Let's create a method, check the locations permission. Remove this block from here. Okay. Inside this method, like which is check location permissions, which is of type boolean, whether location permission is provided or not, we need to return the activity compact dot check self permissions. The self permission is context slash, let's import this property. After importing this, let's have manifest dot permissions dot access find location. Actually, this code you can actually copy this. You don't need to get this thing learned. This is by default code to check whether the locations have been provided or not, right? Let's have a package manager. Then inside this package manager dot permission granted. Let's see whether we have access find location. I think so. This context is somewhere wrong. The dependency might be not accurate. Okay, just wait a minute. Let's complete the code first. And activity compact dot check self permissions context. Then what we should have, manifest access course location, package manager dot permission granted. Okay, so this thing is basically having a check that whether the locations is being granted or not. Let's see whether the import is correct or not. Yeah, this context one is using Kotlin coroutines one. What we actually need is, let me just have a look. We have this app compact activity, we have this manifest, we have this content. Okay, instead of this manifest, we need Android manifest. Okay, yeah, we need Android manifest here. Okay, now this one is solved. Now the problem is related to the context. Let's have a look over the context also. We have this import over here. Yeah, this is correct. We have Android content dot package manager. This is also correct. We have the location one, we have the build one. Okay, I don't think so. There is something missing. Let's remove this also. We don't need this actually. Okay, or we need it. Oh, just remove this. We don't need this. Remove this also. Okay, so I have resolved what was the error. The error is this. We are closing the class fitness repository. You can see this class fitness repository is being closed here, and these methods are outside this, and we need to close it here. That's it. That's it resolved. So we have our check location permissions. Now we need to have few things like a method to calculate the distance, which we already have. Now the main thing is we need to have a method to calculate the calorie of the user, right? Means how many calories have been burned. So let's have a method. Let's have a private function. Let's have a private function. Let's say calculate calories. Now this will take few things as parameter. The rest of the things shall be provided by the user. The first thing is something like the weight of the user. The weight will be of type float. Then what we need the distance. Distance will also be of type float. Then we need something called duration. Duration will also be of type long. Duration, then yeah, that's it. This will be of type float. Now you might be wondering from where we will get this weight of the user. We will get this weight from the user from the input, means user can input the current weight before tracking. Then after his tracking will start, and then yeah, the calories will be calculated accordingly. Okay, we are pretty much here. Now let's try to make this function. This function is like, let's first have a if block. Inside this if block, if the duration is less than 1000, means 1 second or 1 millisecond, you can say it's actually 1 second, then what we need to do is return 0. Correct. Let's have a variable. Let's have a variable. The name of the variable should be hours. Hours is equal to duration divided by, let's say, duration divided by some particular values, which is 1000.0 into 60.0 into 60.0. Okay, great. Now if the hours are less than or equal to 0, if the hours are less than and equal to 0, then what we need to do, let's just simply return f. Okay, we have our return statement over here. Then we simply return the 0 value. Now let's have another val speed. Let's have a variable speed is equal to, if the hours is greater than 0, and distance by hour else 0. Okay, great. Means this is simply having a check whether if the hours are 0 or not. If the speed is 0 or not. If the hours is greater than 0, then distance by time. Speed is equal to distance upon time. If we are doing this, if we are getting if the hours are greater than 0, then this speed is equal to distance upon time. Else, we are having the speed as 0. Now, what we need to have? We need to have a function like I am having a val met. Now we need to have a when statement. I hope so you remember the when statement. If you have any confusion, please go back and refer. Like we have a speed. If the speed is less than or equal to 4.0, 4.0, then the calories which should be burned should be approx 2. Great. Now when the speed is less than or equal to, let me have a look where this is. Yeah, when the speed is less than equal to 8.0, then the calories which are burnt in general are 7, and when the speed is less than equal to 11.0, then the typical calorie consumption should be 8.5. Else, we will simply say the user is running fast, means the calories which should be burnt is 10. If you are running fast, then the calories which are being burnt is okay, I don't know why I'm seeing this error. Indeed, this is showing me error for something like, I don't know why. Okay, let's have now val calories. The val calories should be this, the value which we have got, then into weight, then into hours, actually how many hours the workout has been done. Then what we need is we need to convert this thing into float dot okay, we have some error. Let's see. Inline operator, we have met weight into calorie dot to float. Let me see what's the error over here. None of the following candidate is applicable because receiver type is mismatched. Okay, just let's have a look. This weight should be provided to the user, right? When we are going to use this weight, let's say the weight is 8.0. Okay, that's my bad. Let's define actually when we will be using this method, so we will be providing with the weight and then we will be using that weight. I think so that should resolve the error. Yeah, now I think so we are almost done from here, almost done from our repository. Yeah. Okay, we can have one more thing, like we can have one more private function which is calculate the pace. I forgot to add the pace one, right? So the pace one will take distance and duration, and this will return us something of type double. My bad. Instead of average, let's slide calculate the pace, and this thing will be very simple. If the duration is the distance is greater than 0, let's have a check over here. If the duration and distance is greater than 0, then return, if they are less than, then return simply 0, that the pace is 0. Else, where hours is equal to duration, then conversion into this, then simply return distance by time. Time here in case is hours. Okay, so we are almost done from our repository part. We can add some dummy functions, which is to start the tracking. Let's have a private function. The first function is start the tracking. So whenever the user starts the tracking, first we need to have a check that if the location permissions is provided or not. Let's say check the location permissions. If the location permissions are provided to the user, then initialize the tracking and request the location updates. This location updates will be asked timely to the user. Now we can have some dummy, not dummy actually, we can have some methods which are like clear the tracking and stop and then reset the timer. So I'm just simply copying them over here. This is last movement time. Let me have a look whether I have declared or not. Okay, I have it, last movement time. Okay, we are good to go from here. Now what we need to do is we need to go to our view models, and we need to set up our view model inside. So we will be calling all our methods which are over here inside our view model. Let's come inside our view model and create a file, fitness view model. But all of this means before this, let's try to make the UI of our application, cause now since we are going to work on our view model, so we need a UI part so that we can link our files from the UI, right? It means we will require UI. Let's get to our main activity, and inside this main activity we will need few files. Actually, I'm simply going to copy some sort of code for the sake of simplicity, and I'm going to explain you those code so that you can understand it easily. Okay, just let me go to my main activity. Okay, this is how our setup is going to look like. Okay, just let me show you what this thing is actually. And we need to make few files over here. The first of them is the stats background. Just follow along me. Just come to your drawable, create a new drawable resource file, name it as stats background, and simply copy this whole code. You can take your time and copy this thing. Please stop the video and copy. Okay, now let's get back. The stats background has been done. We need something .ic location pin. We need to have a location pin like how the location pin is going to look. Remember that red color pin? I hope you remember that. So let's have that IC red location pin. Actually, this is some sort of code. You can get this from ChatGPT, or you can just simply come over the drawable and add a vector asset. Let's say pin. You can say location pin, right? We have this location pin, and we can also do a thing that like we can modify the color also. Okay, this is the pin, and we can change the color to red because we want red color. Then simply click on next. The name of this is baseline location. Then simply finish this. Then use it over here. So we have a pin over here. Let's see where else it is used. All of these are colors. The colors will be added very soon. We need to add few more vector assets. Okay, we are done. Now we need to add a vector asset to show the calorie. Actually, this will represent the calories. And then this will represent the color. Okay, let's come over here and get this color code from here. So you need to copy few colors from here. Just copy all of these colors. Take your time, pause the video and get the color code. Let's go to our values, then colors, and add few colors. Okay, this colors error is also gone. Now we simply need to add few drawables. The first drawable is this fire department, which will show the calorie one. Let's add a vector asset and let's say local fire department. Okay, great. I need this one only. Next, and then simply finish the import. We have this one over here, and then we need a timer clock to represent the timer duration. Okay, let's come over here and add this code. Okay, now let's get back and try to understand what this thing is, what the whole code is, because you need to understand the code also. So first of all, we had our constraint layout. Then in constraint layout, we are using org.osm droid views.mapview. This is made enabled to us by this dependencies. We have set it to match the parent. So basically this is covering the whole application, means whole screen of our app. And then we have our card view. This is our card view. Inside that we had a constraint view again. This is inside this card view we have a constraint view so that we can set up our things pretty easily. So yeah, we have wrapped the content and we have tried to match the width by the parent. Inside this constraint layout we have something like linear layout, and this linear layout is this one. So we inside this linear layout we are having an individual linear layouts like we had in our weather applications. This individual linear application will have an image view, a text view, and then another text view, then another text view. Then this linear layout is closed, then one another linear layout, Then we have the image view, then similar all the things. Remember, we have to provide the weight one. If we don't provide the weight one, this all the things will be uncentered, as you can see. Provide the orientation vertical cause we want the things to be vertical. Provide the gravity to be center cause we want all of these things to be in center. So after all of this linear layout has been set up, this thing is closed. Then we have a Google material button. Then we have closed this constraint layout. Then we have closed our card view. Then the main constraint view is now closed. So this was a very basic, you can say, implementation of the code. I hope so you have understood the concept. Please take your time and review the code. You can get this code very easily. It was not very tough to understand actually. Okay, so now let's come back to our view model. Now this view model is going to take some amount of time. So I think so covering this view model in the next part would make sense. So that's it for this video. In next part we will be working on our view model. Then from view models we will be working on our main activity, which will be our final part of the video. That's it for this video. Okay friends, now let's get started from where we left the code. So in this part we are going to continue with our fitness view model. We have completed our fitness repository in the previous video. As you can see here, we have completed our fitness repository. Actually, we are having some sort of error over here. This will be resolved when we try to call this method inside of our view model. Okay, so inside our view model, we need to have some sort of constructors. The first constructor will be a private val, and let's name it as repository. This will be of type fitness view repository, and we need something like private val context as context. Let's import this. Okay, we are good to go. Now let's come here and okay, we missed one thing. We need view model over here. Now we are good to go. This was to means defined that yeah, this class extends the view model. The parent class of this class is view model and we are extending it. Okay, so we had some basic val over here in this fitness view model. It will be as same as we had in our repository, so we will be using them. So before that, let's declare a few variables. The first one of them will be this will be like current location. We will get this with, let's extend this of live data latling. Import this, and repository dot get current location. Actually, we need to get the current location. Let me see whether we have set up the current location or not. Set calories, set distance, set location updates, get the current duration. We have current duration. I think so by mistake I missed one method inside our repository. Let me recheck with my original code. Let's go inside the view model. I have my view model, and inside this view model I have this. Okay, this was something like we could have declared it over here only. Okay, let's come over here and try to declare this. Okay, we have this current location. Then why I'm not able to use it? Okay, we have our current location over here. Just a minute, give me a time. Let me just sort this out. I will get back to you. It was pretty easy. Just remove this private from here because this private limits the variable to the class itself only. That's why we were not able to use this. Okay, now I think so we should be able to use this. Well, current location. Okay, so we have our current location. Let's have another private variable which is distance. This will be equal to mutable live data. Mutable live data of type float. Initially the type should be set to 0. Let's import this. Let's have 0 here. Okay, we are good to go from here. Let's have another variable. This is the variable distance. This will be of type live data and it will be of type float, which will be equal to distance. Okay, this is correct. Similarly, we will be needing few files like calories, is tracking, duration, base, root points. Okay, so the code will be almost same, just the name is going to change. Like here it is distance, we are going to get it like, let me show you. Like here it is distance, then we have calories, then we have is tracking, then we have duration, then we have points. Okay, so let's copy till here. This thing is almost same, so I don't think so there is some point of wasting the time. Actually, I have write this code and tested this code earlier for clarity purpose of sake, so that it does not create any sort of mess later on. Okay, so this thing is done over here. Now what we need to do is we need to set up a root points. So that root points will be like, we will get that root points as a live data. We will be getting that from our repository. This will be, okay, I got the, what was the mistake? We need to remove the root points as private. Okay, remove this private, remove this private, and remove this private also, because we are going to use them inside our code. Okay, so we have our root points from our repository, which is done. Now the thing which we need to have is a private variable. This private variable will be like duration update. Like this will be a kind job which is set initially to null, which we'll be using later on. Okay, let me explain you. First let me write the code. This will be of type job and initially it is set to null. Let's import this. Don't worry, I will explain you this. Let's have another private var. This will be like active time. This is the activity time, and let's set this to long initially, and this is set to 0. Then let's have another private variable which is last update time, and let's set this also as long, and initially this is initialized to 0. Let's have our init block. Inside our init block we need to observe the repository distance updates, means we will be observing the repository distance updates over here. So repository dot total distance dot observe forever, means this thing will continuously keep observing the total distance which is being provided to the view model. Now let's have this. So now what we need to observe, we need to observe the new distance as distance dot value is equal to new distance. This is done out from here. Now then what we need to do, we need to update the calories. Let us find the update calorie from which name we have this method, calculate calories. Okay, just a second. This is not from the repository. Let's have a method called update calories. Then let's have another method called update pace. Okay. Whenever the total distance from the repository is fetched, then what we are going to do is we are assigning the new distance. We are assigning the value of distance to new distance. Okay. Just have a look. We are assigning the value of distance to the new distance whatever we are get. Then we are trying to update our calories. Then we are trying to update our pace. Means whenever this init block is initialized, means whenever this init block is run, which is very first block which is always run, then we are trying to perform this action. Now we need to perform something more, which is repository dot is tracking dot observe forever. Then inside this observe forever, what we need is tracking. Then inside this is tracking. This is a very simple code. So if the value of is tracking is true, we are setting the value of is tracking. So if this tracking has been started, then what we need to do, let's remove this else part. We don't need this actually. Okay, this says, let me have a look first. This is repository. Okay, our init block is not closed, I guess. This is our init block. Let's have another here. So whenever it's tracking, the value is tracking. If this tracking is not tracking, then what we need to do is to update the timer to 0. Means whenever the value is not tracking, then we need to update the last update time to 0. This will help us to reset the timer every time the tracking is being started. Okay, this is great. Now what we need to have is like something, a start duration updates. Then we need to have a start workout. We need to have few methods which are going to start with. Then we have update calories, we have update pace, we have all our other methods. Okay, now let's get started. We need to have a method which is like start the workout. So let's have a private function. Let's have a private method which says start workout. Upon whenever this method is called, we will initialize something. The first thing which we need is a view model scope, and we need to launch this. Then after, what we need is we need to set the duration dot value to 0. Then what else we need to set the calorie, distance and pace. Actually calorie and distance to 0. Press Ctrl plus D, duplicate this. Instead of duration, convert this to calories and convert this to distance. Now we initialize all our values from 0. Since these are of type floats, provide itf. Okay. Have the active time to 0, means the active time is currently 0, and last update time is equal to system dot get current time in milliseconds. Set the is tracking dot value is equal to true, means whenever we are starting the workout, is tracking function is set to true, and then we are using repository dot start the tracking. Okay, I think so. This is limited to one side only. Okay. Yeah, this is a private function. Let's use this as a function. Okay, repository dot start the tracking. Then what we need to do is start duration update. This will be a method which we will be calling. Okay, the first thing which we need is this start duration updates. So let's create this method now. Let's create this method. The start duration update is going to do nothing but just duration update job dot cancel. Duration update job is equal to view model scope dot launch. Let's launch the view model scope, and inside it while is active means while the workout is being active, and is tracking dot value is set to 0 means till the time this thing is being tracked and the value of this tracking is set to true, then set the duration dot value to repository dot get current duration. Then what we need to do is to update the calories and delay it by 1,000 seconds. So what this method says, this method is nothing but, so whenever this start duration update is started, so what we are doing is while is the session is active and the tracking is also active, so the duration means what is the time duration is set to repository dot current duration. We are getting this method from our repository, means we are getting our current duration. By this method, this is returning as the total duration, else this is returning this, and then we are updating the calories. We will need this method. Let's try to add the method update the calories. Okay, create a function update calories. We have our method over here, update calories. Now what this thing will do, this will take weight. Oh, that was my fault. This will take some weight which will be equal to, now this weight should be get from the user, right? So we can set it like 70f for an instance. Then we need to have distance, then we need to have some duration. Okay, this distance, there we have this value, this duration we have this value. We will fetch this weight from the UI part inside here. Let's have a, let's say in the main activity, let's have a button. Actually, this is the linear layout. Okay, so this here we have inside this constraint layout. Let's try to have a, let's try to have an actually input edit text, which will basically do a thing that will get the weight of the user from here. Then after getting the weight, we will transfer that weight to the view models, and then from view model we will use this weight to calculate our calories. Okay, just remove this code from here. Instead of this, let's have a variable called val new calories. This will be equal to repository dot calculate the calories, and then we will be calculating the calories. Now in what way we need to calculate the calories, just have a look. So we first of all have weight. This weight will be equal to the weight over here. And what else we need? We need distance, and then we need duration. Okay, so this thing is completed. Now what we need to have, we need to have a method to update the base. Let's get out this method and create a new method. Let's have an update paste method. This method is going to be simple. This will take distance, duration, and then find the pace. Just remove this. We need to have a check. If the distance is greater than 0, then only. This debugging part is pretty essential everywhere. Then simply just set the pace.value to repository and then calculate the distance and the duration. Okay, we have calculated our pace. Okay, good. Make this also as private, public. Now this also is public. We have updated our pace, we have updated our workout. Now the only thing which we require is like resume the workout, clear the workout, pause, and stop the workout. We have our start workout option over here. Now we need these things. Then after we need some methods like formatting methods, like from seconds duration by 1000 divided by 60, minutes duration by 1000 into 60 divided by 60. So these are the methods which are in general used. Okay, so let's have these methods over here. We can simply refer to over here. Everything is done over here. I was referring these methods. We need to copy the code from this. We have start workout, we need to have stop, we need to have pause, we need to have resume the workout, then we need to clear the workout. We need to have this format and durations like second, minutes, and hours. This is the function to just format the things. Then format the pace, this will never be used. Format the distance and format the calories. So we have all these methods. Let's see the error. We have stop the duration updates. We have the save workout session. Let's remove this code from here. We need to have two more methods which are start the duration and stop the duration. Let's have this method to start the duration updates. I think so. We have this method. Yeah, we have this start duration updates. Just the name is different. Okay, we have this method. We just need to have this stop duration update method. Okay, let's get this. We have the stop duration updates, means the duration update has been now stopped. Our workout is now stopped. So the work of this method is this only. Okay, so this is pretty good, and we need to have another class which is like a class factory. We can actually have it over here, but I would recommend you to have it in the next class. Let's have another class inside this UI portion, or inside this view model. Let's have a new Kotlin class called factory, and let's just simply copy this code. For meanwhile, just copy the code along me. Don't worry, I will explain you the whole flow and the application of the program, application of the whole application, this app in a flow. Just for now, copy this whole code, write it along me, and we will use this. Okay, so we have all our methods set up. We are good to go from here. Now what we need to do is we need to go inside our main activity, and the first thing which I want is to add that weight button, weight option, so that I can fetch the weight from here, and then after I can transfer that weight to my view models and then calculate my calories. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so we have our this weight part here. Now what we can do is like to change the weight from this gray color to the blue color which was already shown to us. Now let's try to do this. The color of this thing is like color dot primary and the font is sans serif. I think so. Font is sans serif. No, I don't think so. The font is sans serif here. Okay, the color is primary here. I don't know why this thing is showing me some sort of error. Okay, right. This is an edit text. Now, as I can see, the duration and this thing are not able to fit inside this particular thing. So what I'm thinking is that I can have some sort of spacing, or let's try to modify this later on when we are done with our this coding part. Let's try to remove this. Okay, this whole thing is now covered, but still we are not able to get this thing. Okay, we can do a thing. We can reduce the size. We can reduce the size to, I guess, 26. No, 26 or 24. Okay, let's say 20. Okay. Now I think so. This thing will be good. Okay. Now we need to reduce the size of all of these. Similarly, reduce this to 20 and reduce this thing also to 20. Now all the things are set up, and what we can do is to remove the weight actually. Okay, the text size, everything is done. This is the edit text. Okay. Okay, now I think so this thing is good. We can have, yeah, everything is sorted. Now what we need to do is inside our main activity, we need to get the code from here. We need to get the value of this weight here, pass this inside our view model. Then inside our view model, we need to have this thing inside our update calorie method. Let me see where was that update calories here. The weight we have coded 70F, which we will be getting from the front end part. Okay, and what else we need to have? We need to have a stop workout, pause workout, and resume. Okay, stop, pause, and resume. This stop workout will be a separate button. Okay, the thing which we can do is, let me explain you. The start workout can be split into two parts. Means we will have a button over here to start the workout. Then after the start workout is button, it means where the workout is started. This button will be converted to stop workout, and we will have one more button over here which will say stop and resume the methods. Let's see how many methods we have. We have start, stop, pause, resume, and clear. Okay, so I want to add few buttons. So for doing this, let's go to our AI, copy the whole code, and let's go over here. I want to add start, stop, clear, resume, pause buttons with minimum number of button used. So the thing I want is to change the text of the button. Now I want to have only 3 buttons. So I want to have only 3 buttons and I just want to interchange the names. Okay, here's a modified version of our button section. Let's have our button section over here. This is it. Let's remove this and try to copy the code. This is the material button. We have another view material button which is recently set to next. Okay, great. This tracking is paused. Okay, this thing is what we wanted. Let's copy this code for now and paste it inside our main activity because we will need this later on. So the thing is that whenever the function is, when we are able to start the workout, then that start button should be converted to stop button. And when this workout has been started, we need to have one more button, which is this button, and this button is kind of a reset and pause button. Let's look in the code what it has given us. If while is tracking, start the tracking, is pause, resume the tracking, else pause the tracking, right? Button update state while binding. When is not tracking, then we need to show the start. When the workout is paused, we need to show resume, else we need to show pause. Okay, great. Now we have our this UI part ready and our view model is also ready. Now what we need to come inside our main activity. Inside that main activity, we need to set up few files and after that we will be good to go. Okay, just first of all, let's come over here and initialize the view binding. Come over here inside the module. Then inside this build types, come over here and let's search for build features and enable view binding equal to true. Sync the project. Meanwhile, come over here, initialize a private late init variable binding. This will be of type activity main binding. Don't worry, this activity main binding will be imported very soon as the sync is finished. Okay, as you can see, activity main binding is done. Let's bind this. Now what we need to do is remove this and initialize binding is equal to activity main binding dot inflate and layout inflator and then set the content view to binding dot root. Yeah, I think so. This was it. Okay, this was the code. Just remove this thing from here. Just a second, let me have a look. I'm actually messing up with something. I'm using this view models. Actually, I'm working on this XML part after a very long time. So I'm just getting out of the code. Just let me have a look at my another file. Just let me see how to initialize the view binding. Okay, we have private layout. Okay, inflate.layout inflate. I got it. Okay, this thing was correct, which I have written earlier. Yeah. Okay, now what we need is we need to set up our main UI file. This will be able to This will enable us actually to connect our view model from our UI to rest of the things. Okay, I think so. We can copy some sort of code and Then we can start declaring. Okay, the first thing which we are going to copy is this thing. We need to copy these things. We need to copy the map. Then this is a map view. Then we have to point a location marker, then start and stop button. Then we have distance value. Then we have calories value. We have a path polyline. This thing might be new to you. This thing is actually which is going to help us to plot that particular line which we are going to see. Okay, while the user makes some distance, while the user travels some distance, that blue line which we see is this polypath line. Okay, we need to initialize our view model over here before this. Okay, let's initialize our private variable. Let's initialize our view model. This will be of type fitness view model by view models. Import this, come inside this, and let's have fitness view model factory. Fitness view model dot fitness view model factory this, and provide a context to this. And yeah, we are almost done from here. Okay, after this factory we need to okay, just a second. Fitness view model dot factory. Inside this factory we need fitness repository and pass fitness repository, and then we need to have some context and provide the context to this. Let's import the class fitness view model repository. Okay, we have some error over here. Let's have a look. This private view model extends fitness view model by view models. Okay, just remove this function annotation over here. The first thing, after that we need fitness view model dot factory. Inside the factory we need fitness repository and provide this over here. Okay, I guess I missed this over here. I missed the bracket over here, I guess. Yeah, that's what I missed. Let's add this to class path, whatever it's showing me to do. Add a library hamguest code to the class path. Okay, let's do it. Remove this code from here. Okay, let's see what this thing is. This is actually the same code, but I don't know why I'm seeing the error. Okay, just let me resolve this. I will get back. Okay, we actually don't have this factory here. This factory which is referring is to our this factory which we have created. Let me show you this factory. Let's do a thing. Copy this whole code, delete this file, and simply come inside our view model and paste this code inside over here. I think so now we will be able to use this. We have our fitness view model, then we have fitness repository, then we have context, and then we have this. Okay, now most of the errors are resolved. And then we have this context which is already being passed over here. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, this thing is resolved. We just have the view model, extend the fitness view model by view models, then fitness model dot factory. Then we have the fitness repository. Inside this, we have to pass the context to this and this. Okay, great. Now the another thing which we need to have a private val, which is request permission launcher. This will launch a small pop-up which will ask the user to provide the permission for the location and all the other things, like register for activity result, and inside this pass activity result contracts, import this thing, request multiple permissions. Okay, now what permissions which we need? Permissions, if the permission dot all it dot value is equal to start workout instead of view model dot start tracking. Let's come inside our view model and make this thing public, start workout. Okay, remove this private modifier. Let's start the workout. Okay, great. Yeah, this is what we want. Actually, just come inside your this view model. We can have a function actually to start the method, or just we can have the method like start tracking. This is pretty good. What I mean is that we can have a separate function and write start tracking over here. Inside that function we can use this view model dot start workout. It's all up to us. Now we have all our things over here. Now what we need to do is we need to initialize our map over here. Let's have our map. Let's initialize our map. Then what we need to have initialize our start and stop button, distance dot value, and all our things. Let's say start stop button is equal to binding dot. Now let's come over our activity main file. What is the code for this one? Action button. Okay. So this is going to be our start stop button. Okay, this is our action button. Then what we want distance value, we want calories, we have polypath line. Okay, now what we need to have a method called setup the map. This setup map is a very small method which is going to actually set the map for us. Let's create this method, come out of this bundles, private function, set up the map. This function is going to say map dot set the till source to till.factory dot map link, and then map dot multi touch control equal to true so that we can zoom in and zoom out. We have map controller. Let's have a val map controller which will be equal to map dot controller. Okay, okay, this is what we wanted. Now what we need to have is that we have initialized our map. Now what we need to is initialize our actually that pointer which will show that where what is the current location of the user. Okay, that pointer is basically going to show us what is the current location of the user. So yeah, one thing which we can do is like map dot apply, and then we can apply these things like set the multi-touch control to zoom, initially set the zoom to 18, and then overlays. No, we don't need this. Yeah, this is what we need. Or we can do a thing, we can shorten the code. Instead of writing all this code with the import statement, simply our title source factory and then import it. Okay, we are good from here. Now let's come over here and initialize our current location marker. This current location marker is equal to marker initialize marker map dot apply. Okay, inside this set the anchor to mark anchor button with the center at the bottom. Okay, then we have need icon. This icon is equal to context compact. Inside this context compact dot get the drawable. The drawable which I want is, yeah, this is the follow me on pinch, that arrow which you see. Okay, now let's set the title. The title of this will be like current location. So whenever the user tap on that point, so you will be able to see a written something like map current location. Let's come out of this and set map overlays. Now we are adding this location marker inside our map. Okay, now what we need to initialize our lines. Okay, so path polylines is equal to polyline, and we need to initialize provide it inside the map dot apply. Then after we need outline paint dot color. We are providing it the color, this blue color actually, and then outline paint stroke width, which is like what should be the width of the stroke. Let us provide it 10. Then what we need is to come out and just initialize this map.overlays. We need to come out of this and then initialize map.overlays, add the polypath line. Like that we have added our location marker. We are now adding our polypath line. Let me give some space over here so that we can clearly see. Okay, we have initialized it over here. Now we have initialized the map overlays and polymath line over here. After that we need to have a method which will say start the location update. So this method is basically going to start the location update. So we have called it the setup map over here. So this method is going to basically set up the map, set up the polymath line, set up the pinpoint which we want to see. Then we have this start location update. Now let's have this method. Okay, let's see where this bundle is ending. Okay, it's ending over here. Great. Let's have this private method start location updates. So basically this method is going to first of all have a check. The check is that if the location permissions are enabled or not. If they are not enabled, then request them. And then if they are available, then simply move forward. So this is basically a check. Like we are going to have this method request permission or check the location permissions, right? So we can use this from our repository. Actually, just come over here. Actually, this is a private method. So what we can do is like just have this method. Then come inside this method and simply copy this whole method to check the permission state. Okay, we have our context over here. Okay, I think so I copied the wrong method, that's why. Check the location permissions. This location permissions is actually like a check whether the permissions is being provided or not. Let me have a look over here. Yeah, this is the same code actually, but I don't know. Just copy this whole code, but I am saying. Just copy this code. Check the location permissions and use it over here. After the location permissions are being provided to the user, then if the locations are provided, then do something, otherwise just return this thing. Now let's have a variable. Let's say location request. This location request is going to request the location of the user. Location request dot priority high accuracy. Then again have an interval. Okay, just a minute. I think so I made a mistake. We need to create this first. Yeah, just create this dot apply. Now we can have priority is equal to location request priority dot high. Then we can have interval. Interval will be of 1 second. After 1 second, this will be updated again. Then let's have a fastest interval. This will be of 500. Now let's come outside this block and let's have a location callback. This will be of type object and this will extend the class location classback as I have told you in the repository section. Now let's come inside this. Let's try to override the on location result. Result will be of type location result. Let's have this result dot last location, replace it with the same call, and then let. I know this thing is getting confusing for you, but just try to understand what this method is saying. Is first we had a check. This is the start the location update, means whenever the map is being set up, now we need to start the location update. We need to update the location every few seconds, and I need to have a check whether the location is being updated or not, right? So first of all, we check that location service has been provided or not. Okay. Then after we set up a variable location request, we are requesting the request of the location of the user, and we are requesting it with high accuracy and with an interval of 1 second. Means after every 1 second, the location is being requested. Now we are setting a location callback. Means this will call back the function each time the location request has been made. Now we are overriding a method, since this is extending a class location callback, and we are overriding a method inside that class. So result.last action, sorry, result.last location.let. Let's have location. Well, latly we'll be storing the location over here. Let's import this location.latitude and location.longitude. That's what we need. Then we need to update the location marker to the latitude. So after getting the location of the user, means after getting the current location of the user, we are going to update the marker. Now that marker will be updated over there, right? Means wherever the user moves, the marker will go there. That's what we are trying to do. Okay, now what we need to have is a try block come inside this. Well, let's have a try block. Inside this try block, let's have location services dot get the fuse location provider client and provide this over here. After that, dot request location updates, like we have provided location request and location callback, and provide main looper over here. Then what we need to have is a catch block. We need to catch the E as security error. Yeah, this security exception. And then simply we can log something like error in updating location, like we can have a toast which says look not location permit not granted. We can else say unable to fetch, yeah, unable to fetch the location from this time, and let's convert this to length.long. Okay, good. Now what we need to have update location marker. Now this method is basically going to update the location marker of where it is. Now let's create a method. We have an update location marker method over here. Now what we need, first we need to have a val geo point. This will actually help us to get the current latitude and longitude of the user. Geo point, and let's import this. Let's provide this method with the current latitude and current longitude. Import this geo point. Okay, we are good to go. Now the another thing is we are to assign the current marker position to the geo point. which we have done. Then after, if the first location updates, we need to do something. Just let me copy this whole thing. If the first location update, which is means our first location update has been made, means the user has initially moved from his location, then we need to set the map controller, then animate to that particular geo point. Map controller dot set the zoom. Okay, just let us just a second. Map dot controller dot set the zoom. Let's set the zoom to 20f. Oh, sorry, this will not be enough. 20.0. And then let's set the map controller center to the geo point, means as soon as the user moves, the whole map will be centered to the location of the user. Okay, then let's set the first update to false, because now the location has been updated. Now after this, let's have an elif block, or we can say it else if. Inside it, else if view model dot is tracking equal to true. If the view model tracking has been set to true, then what we need to do is to map dot controller and animate to the geo point. Now what this thing is going to do, let me first resolve this. Is tracking dot value. Okay, now this thing is saying this whole thing, update the location marker, get the geographical point of the user, appoint the current location marker's position to the geo point of the user. If the location marker has been updated for the first time, get a zoom, center the point where the user is at, then set the first update location pointer to false. Else, if the view model is tracking already, means if the tracking is already being made, then simply animate to the geo point where the user is currently. We can add this line over here also, map dot controller dot animate to geo point. Now what we can do is just come out of this and map dot invalidate. Okay, this thing is almost done from here. Now what we need to set up something called observers. We need to have some method which is observers, then we need to have update the path of the user. Like when the user updates, that blue path should follow the user. Okay, just let me come over here. Yeah, we have this setup observer over here. Okay, now I think so we can initialize this. No, first of all, let's have this setup observer method over here. Let's come over here and set up one more method. Setup observers. Okay, we are good here. Now let's create this method, but this method is going to do is like keep observing the state of the user. whether the user is moving. If he is moving, then he have to update the marker, he have to update the line, he have to do every other thing. So this method is responsible for updating everything. Like setup observers, we have our method ready. Now first we need view model dot, first we need to check view model dot is tracking dot observe this thing, and if is tracking, then start and stop button dot text is equal to, if the user is tracking, then set the start stop button to stop, and if it is not, then let it be start. Means if the tracking is started, then set the text of the start and stop button to stop, means the workout is not started. Now if the workout is started, then workout need to be ended also, and to end that we can press the stop button. Okay, now let's come out of this and again use view model dot duration observer dot duration dot observe. We need to observe this similarly, and just come here and simply have a check duration dot value dot format the duration. We are just simply setting the, let me have a check whether we need to create a method for this, or we can just import this. Yep. We can have a method over here, format duration. Let me see if we have it over here or not. Let's try to import it from somewhere else. Let's come to our view models, I guess. Yeah, we have this format duration over here. Let's try to use this and import this. We need to import it from our UI part, then view model dot, inside our fitness view model we can import okay, just give me time, let me see from which import this thing has been made. Let me check the import file. Okay, this thing is done. Now the next thing is view models dot roots. Let me see whether the function is private or we need to make it public. Yeah, just make it public. View model dot root points dot observe, then this, then points, and then what we need to observe. First of all, we need to check if the point is not empty. The points can be empty. If the point is not empty, then simply come over here and update the route on the maps. We will just initialize this method over here and pass point over here. Let's have the last view model set up over here. View model dot current location, and then we want for calories and distance. Okay, I think so we can copy this thing. We can copy this current location, then calories, then distance. Okay, just simply copy this, remove this code from here, and we are good. Okay, great. We have some errors, which is like update route on the map. Let's create a method. We are seeing some sort of error. Let's see what the error is. Surround it with a null check. Okay, great. Now we have our update routes on map. We can work towards this method. Let's get this method. View model dot route points, update route methods. So basically this is the method which we are going to use. Let me explain you this whole method. This method is saying this will take point as a list of lat links. If the point is not empty, then simply return it. But else if we have the point, then get the latitude and longitude. Then simply, okay, we have this method. I think the name of this method is different over here. We have just update the look done with this method. Start location updates, check the location permissions. Give me a second, let me check. Let's get that function over here. We have that update routes on the map. So this thing will take the geo points of the user, current geo points, and then current location, and then provide it to here. Then update the location marker. The location marker will be set to the current position, and then what we are doing is the polypath line, this path poly line, will be followed till the position where the user is moved. So the work of this method was still here only. We need to have few methods like check the permission and start tracking, and start and stop tracking. Let's get to them. Like this, we have few models. We need to just copy them, paste them over here, and let's have a look if something is missing or not. Yeah, I think so. Start and stop tracking, check and start the permission. Just copy this whole code, paste it over here. Request permission launcher. Copy this code over here and let's paste it. Copy this code again. So request permission launcher, I think so we have over here. Request permission. Okay. We are almost done with our main activity also. Yeah, I think so. Our main activity is totally completed. Get the location. Okay, just we can ignore this code over here because this code is never used. Okay, I think so. We are almost done. The thing is that we need to get the weight from here and transfer it to the view model. And then one more thing which we need to have, is to, I think so, set up our repository to take that weight and perform the calories calculation. Let's have a look over here. Let us get done with the how to get the weight. Let's come to our main activity and set up the methods to get the weight. And yeah, we need to set up the start and stop and start and resume buttons. We need to set up the resume button. Start and stop buttons has been already set. We need to set the resume and pause button. And then the last thing would be to get the weight. Only 2 tasks has been left for this task. Okay, let's go. Okay, so what we need to do is, first of all, come over here and set up a new private variable, which is workout paused or not. Then after, we need to set up 2 new methods, which is set up the buttons and set up the weight input. So inside the setup of buttons, we need to bind our action button and then set on click listener. Whenever the view model is tracking, check the permission state and start the tracking. If the workout is paused, then resume the tracking. Now what is this? Let's have a look. Whenever the workout is paused, the is workout paused is set to false. View binding action button is set to pause, and the view is set to gone. And view model dot resume workout after the clicking on resume button. When we click on pause workout, the binding is changed to resume the workout. The visibility is again started, and the view model pause workout has been clicked. Means when we want to pause the workout is being paused and the button text is being shown to resume, right? And we want to when we tap the resume button is changed to pause button, and then view is gone. Okay, the reset button is gone. Everything looks fine over here. I think so. We should try to run our application once and see whether there is some error or not. Okay, still I can see some error. Calculated calories. Let me see where it is used. This is used here. Weight have been passed. Okay, just let's have a look. This thing says unresolved reference. This method is being called here in the calculate calories, and we are providing the weight, user weight, which we are getting from the input. Okay. Come inside your view model, create a new private variable user weight, which will be a mutable list of live data. We will be getting this from our UI. Then simply have a method to update the weight of the user weight dot value is equal to weight, then update the calories. This update calorie method will be like weight distance, then new calories equal to repository dot calculate the calories, weight distance duration, and then calories dot value is equal to new calories. Okay, this thing is good here. Let us resolve this thing. Okay, just come over here and try to change this to float. Convert this thing into float. We haven't converted the result into float. That's why the error was there. Now let's try to rerun the application and see whether the UI components, that start, stop button, resume and pause, reset, everything else is working or not. Okay. Then after we will be having a look to track whether the distance is showing correctly or not, calories are being updated correctly or not, and rest all other things. But before that, let's just first. Okay. This is a little bit of overflow. We will resolve that later on. Let's say I am right now 72 kgs. Then let me start the workout. Okay, permissions are not provided, so while using the application. Okay, I'm seeing the stop button. Now I can reset everything. Start. I can stop my workout, and as I stop, I can see my reset button over here. It is not pleasing to me, and this UI is also not pleasing to me. So I think so we need to change the UI a bit. The rest I think so we need to change this also. Okay, this thing is like in milliseconds. Let's try to correct this. First of all, let's come over in the main activity. Okay, why this activity is intended but not continuing in the previous expression. Okay. Yeah, the values of, let me have a look of this duration. Okay. Distance, calories, duration values, where it is. We are getting it from the view model, format the duration. Okay, great. We can change this method. Actually, we can update the logic, like we can have start and stop button, and we can have a pause and resume button. We don't have the pause and resume button also. So that's what we can do. Just simply remove this code and create a new linear layout. Inside this linear layout, have this material layout, and then have this material button. This is the action button, and have another action button, which is this gone. It will be initialized to horizontal, means the start button will be shifted over here, and we will get a new button over here. Okay. Yeah, so I think so we can provide this color. Yeah, this primary dark is pretty well, and similarly over here also. Let's copy this code. Okay. Now let's try to correct our main activity, because this main activity need to correct some files. We need to correct this pause tracking, resume tracking, because now we have changed the button. Okay, now let's try to correct this. First of all, we need to correct this one. We need to set up the action button set on click listener when the tracking is when the user is tracking. Set the pause and resume button visibility to be visible, means whenever the user is tracking, means the workout is being started. Let me show you. Whenever this thing is started, I want to show a button over here to stop the workout. Okay, and else stop the tracking and set the visibility to on. Now, if the pause and resume button are clicked, if the workout is paused, if the user taps is workout paused, means the workout has been paused, and when he clicks him again, then the workout should resume, else the workout should be paused, right? Now what we need to update the methods. Delete these two methods, pause and resume tracking, add these two new methods, which is modified version. This says that pause tracking whenever is pause workout, whenever the workout is paused, then we are setting this variable as true. Then we are displaying the button to click to have the resume text over it, because obviously when the workout is paused, whenever we click on that button again, it should be resumed. And when the workout is resumed, it should show pause, like the user can pause the button. Okay, now let's have a look again and see what does this shows. Okay, we have a start. Let's start the workout. Okay, this is what we, okay, we have this pause button over here also, and okay, this should be stop. Initially both the buttons are, the thing which I want is workout started. So when we tap on start, this should be converted to stop. Okay, let me come to the method. Okay, this thing is set to true. Whenever the action button is clicked and view model is not tracking, check the permission and start tracking. binding.pause workout visibility is set to true. Okay, this thing is correct. Else, when the button is clicked, stop the tracking and set the visibility to on. Okay, just let's update the text over here. Let's come to the observers for this. We need to update the observers actually. Yeah, this thing we want to update. Okay, when the button is tracking, then start the stop. Earlier it was like when it is not tracking, then show start. When the workout is paused, show resume. Else, let's try to update it with stop. And we can have a check also like that. If weight is not entered, don't start the workout. This can be an initial check. And we can show a warning over there. This will be simple. Workout started. Yeah, this is what we wanted. Stop the workout. Great. Start the workout from initial. Pause. Okay. We have one more error over here. When we try to pause the workout is reset. Like we are set the duration to 10 seconds. And when we resume the thing, it gets start from here. Okay. Let's resolve this also. Okay, now all the problems are resolved. The problem here was that the pause button was not initialized correctly. So the thing which we can do is view model dot start tracking. It was earlier like start. When the workout is stopped, means if we have to show initially start. When the workout is paused, we have to show resume. Else we have to show stop. So to change this, we need to change it like when the workout is paused, we need to show it stop. We are discussing about the action button here. Okay. So we need to show stop. When the workout is not tracking, we need to show start. Okay, we need to show start when the workout is not even tracking. So it's the initial stage. Else we need to show stop. And we can come over here and see the setup buttons. We can see the setup buttons over here. If the view model is tracking, not tracking, then check the permission states and make the this resume button visibility visible. Now let me show you side by side. Now when I start the workout, let's come down here. Yep. Initially workout is not tracking, so it showed start. So now when I press the start button, as soon as I press the start button, the thing which happened is when I press the start button, it made the visibility of this and pause and resume button visible. Now it's okay. Now when I press the stop button, its visibility is again gone. Now when I start this button, when the workout is started, when I press the pause, the workout is now paused. When I press resume, the workout is resumed from where it has paused. And when I press stop, this thing is stopped. Now I need to correct this thing. This is the only thing, and need to add a check over here like that. If my weight is 550 kg, let's say, and then if I start the workout, let's say I stop. So this thing needs to be 0 when I press the stop button. So let's say stop tracking. View models dot stop the workout. Then repository dot stop tracking. So what we can say, total duration is equal to system. Okay, we can set the total duration to actually 0, I guess. Because when I want to stop the tracking, I just want to clear everything. I want to reset all the timers. Let's have a look again. Workout started, workout stopped, It restarted from where it has stopped. Now when I stopped everything, okay, now also I can see this thing. Let's wait and resolve this. Okay, now everything is resolved. Just follow my steps. First of all, in your main activity, add this line. This line is basically going to show you the map. Earlier, we were not able to see the map. As you can see, we are able to see only tiles. But after using that, you can see now we can see the map in the whole screen. And the next thing which you need to do is inside your fitness repository. Just a second, let me show you. Come inside the fitness repository, and then inside your, okay, just a minute, let me find that method which I was referring. I think that was in the view model. Update, wait, just a minute. Then come inside your view model, and inside this duration update, we need to clear few files. Just a minute. Yeah, we basically need to remove this stop duration updates, and okay, we need to find this method. Yeah, so in our view model, we have a method called private stop duration methods. We were earlier having a line which is duration dot set value to the current durations. Means this was again setting the value of the calories, sorry, time to the duration in the milliseconds. As you can see, this will set the value in the milliseconds. This we were getting this value again, but we simply need to remove this file. Sorry, remove this line of piece of line, and we are pretty much good to go. This was our button setup over here. Let me show you. This was our button setup. This is how we set up our buttons. And this was our new method for pausing and resuming the methods. And this was our new observer state. So now let's come to the UI. And inside this UI, we can just simply shrink this code. We can shrink this whole thing and set the background to transparent. Shrink means I can say that, or we can just move these things over here, or we can move it to the top. I think so top would not be a very good choice. First of all, we can move this thing transparent. We can make this thing card hold transparent, and shrinking these things would make some sense. I think so we can change the weight to 0.5, and let's see. Yeah, this could also be an option. Let's try to change the weight to 0.5. Now let's have a look over here. Okay, now I think so everything is in 0.5. Now we can shrink this a bit. Let's come to the card view. Come to the colors and generate a new transparent color. Just Control D. Come over here and set the visibility to almost transparent, we can say, and change its shades to black. Let's see, almost, here. And let's name it as transparent. Now let's come inside the card view and set the background tint to transparent. Okay, the card view is now initialized to transparent. Now we need to come to this linear layout and set the background to yep, this is what we wanted. Remove the background, and we can change the text color to white, I think so. This will be much visible to us. We can change the text color everywhere where it is to white. So let's just come over here and search for this. Let's copy this, Control C. Now we need to have one more file. Let's come over here, type this is equal to @color slash white. Okay, I think so. This is replace all. Okay, we have to replace it manually. We can't do anything. Let's start from the beginning. Just change its color to this just edit text, not primary color. Let's change it to white. This color also change its color to white also from primary. Similarly, come over here and change its color to white. Now let's have a look at how our application looks, whether this primary color looks good or this white color looks good. And we have made this transparent. If that does not look pleasing, we will make that totally transparent. So it's on my local device right now. Okay, so this thing is transparent. We can see some sort of, we can change this duration. Okay, actually I don't like this thing. The problem related to it is that I'm not able to see the kilometer, calories and time. So we can change these all to white, and yeah, this card view is pretty cool now. Okay, just I will come back with all the things white. Okay, so I have converted all the text to white in color, and I have provided margin of this text, means all this edit text, this, and this, a top margin of 10 density pixels, and I have provided margin of, just a second, I have provided a margin of 12 density pixel to this distance, calorie and duration to match this alignment and match this alignment, and I have then provided a overall margin of 8 density pixels to the overall card. Now let's see how does this thing looks. Okay, so it's like this. It looks pleasing to me. Now this looks a little bit more clean. Now the next thing which we can have is, let's enter the weight and then we can continue. So we can have a check over here. Yeah, let's have that check, that if the weight is not entered by the user, then simply don't allow the user to track anything. So let's come inside our main activity and see whether when this thing is initialized. Okay, set up the map, set up the observer, set up the map. The map should be set up correctly. This thing should not be there. Okay, we need to have the start tracking and set up the buttons here. Set on click listeners if the view model tracking is null. Okay, so we can have a condition if the, okay, let me see, that's this weight one, or instead of here we should provide it in the view model where we have initialized for our weight or update calories or anywhere else. Yeah, we have this update weight. inside our main activity, set up the weight input, binding dot weight input. Yeah, we can have a check over here. If the weight input is not present, then we should provide an error. So simply we have find the val weight, and we have finded our weight input edit text, converted the text into string, then into float. Then we have a check if the weight is null or weight is less than 0, then binding, or let's say weight can't be less than, let's say, 40 kgs. An adult should be greater than 40 kgs, right? So if the weight is less than or equal to 40 kgs, then just have an input error. Just throw an error that please enter a valid weight and return on set of click list now. Okay. So this is the updated method. Now when I have run this, I have this inside my field. Like, let me relaunch this and show you again. Okay, so this is the state. The map is taking, yeah. So when I press the start button, this shows an error that please enter a valid weight. My current weight is 72 kgs. So now I can press the start button, and I am not moving right now. This is pretty much sensitive right now. I can change the sensitivity according to myself. So yeah, I can change the sensitivity in according to my case. This is pretty high, I guess. So the threshold should be set to at least 1 meter. So when I pause the workout, actually this is not burning calories, okay? Even though this seems to be moving, but this is not burning calories now. Okay, I can change the sensitivity. This will be pretty easy. And when I pause the workout pauses and you get initialized from where I left it. And then I can stop my workout and everything gets to 0. Okay. We can simply change the threshold limit to, let's say, 3 meters. 3 meters is pretty fine, I must say. If that also is just fluctuating the data too much, then we can change it to like something else. My weight is 72 kg, right? Let's start the workout. Okay, this is not burning calories, I guess. Let's keep it stable. Let's look at the log cat. Change the device. Okay, calories are being updated. You can see my coordinates are same. My coordinates are not being updated, but my calories are being updated. New location is 24, 68 and 83. Okay, I need to make some changes. Let me have a roundabout inside my room to see what happens. No, still also my calories are getting and distance is getting too high. Let's change the sensitivity. We can update this thing. Like, let me show you. Just a second. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, we can change the threshold movement speed actually. The speed which we had over here. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see where I have used this threshold. Yeah, so we can provide the speed here to 0.5 instead of 0.3. And one more validation we can do is when we are updating our calories, remove this from here, comment this out. Let me see where we are updating our calories. We had a method calculating the calories. Okay, we had a check that if duration is greater than 1000, and we can have something like is actually moving. So when the thing is actually moving, then only means when the location is being updated, then only the calories should burn, right? If you are not moving, then calorie should not move, right? Now let's have a look over here. Okay, I press the start button. Okay, so my bad. 72. Let me start the workout. Okay, so this is showing some sort of movement as far as I guess. Now let's look at the log at here. Calories are 0. Let me change my location somewhere. Let me move my phone. Yeah, I have moved my mobile phone. Now I can see whether my calories are being updated or not. Okay, let me test this. To make this application more accurate, I got the query. The query was that my calories are updating to 0 once I stopped walking and then suddenly being updated. This was a bug, I think. Yes. So the condition should be like, if my coordinates are being changed, then the calories should be updated. If my coordinates are not being changing, then my calories should not be changed. Okay, so this has given me some sort of code to calculate my calories, and then let me have a look on this. After testing it, actually I'm walking here inside my room and just having a look whether these application is giving me this correct response or not. And we need to add one more thing inside the clear tracking. We need to set the cumulative calories to 0f also. Okay, and I will run this application once again and let me see the logcat for this thing now. Okay, let me provide this my weight 72 kgs. Now I have started, my calories are still 0. I got my location accuracy is too poor. Okay, wait, great, I'm able to see everything. Now let me try to move a bit and see whether my calories are being updated or not upon the change of my query. Yeah, my location is being updated, but my calories are not being updated. So I think so I need to move a bit and see what happens. Okay, so this thing is literally very accurate and I have a proof for this. This is my application and this is the Samsung Health. The Samsung Health says 4 calories and this says almost 3 calories, or which we can say, let me just resume this. It's 3.4, so it is basically rounding off the value to 3, and maybe this thing is rounding off to the higher value 4. So you can say that this thing is almost correct, and you can see the distance, it says 0.3, 0.2, so you can see, yeah, this is almost accurate. Then Samsung Health, literally I'm comparing this with the Samsung Health. So that's it for this video. We have made our workout tracking app, which is tracking the walking distance and your calories burned according to the time duration. Now, what else you can have is the speed one. Like, this is your homework, you can say. Now, you should be working on how to add speed functionality in your code. So, this is why VVM is always preferred, that VVM gives you an upper hand when we want to add some features. Now let's say I want to add a speed features, so I know I need to make changes to my view model, my repository, and then my main activity. So yeah, everything will be done. I have my average pace over here, means I can have something like speed over here in my workout session, and then I can use it somewhere, so it's pretty much clear to me. Okay, so this was it. This was my application. You guys can modify this as much as you can want. Let me give you some hints, like just let me remove this and see this is totally responsive. Okay, so you can have something like your ID over here, and upon click on that you can log out and you can save your workout to Firebase. Maybe we will do that in some next video, but for you can add something like your profile over here, and you can have, like, instead of stop you can have save button over here, and that save button, upon click on that save button you can save your workout, and you can have a second screen over here, means when you can swipe it, or when you can have this side view drawer. Inside the drawer you can have saved workouts or workouts completed, so you can have a list of workouts which you have completed, which you can show, like what was your weight, how much distance you covered, and what was the time duration, etc, etc, etc. You can simply get it from there and save it to Firebase and then recall it. So this is your homework, you can say. You have to do this much of a, I know your concept related to Firebase might not be that clear, but please try at least. If not possible, we will be making the separate video on this later on. So that's it for this video. I hope so you enjoyed. If you have any queries, please comment or don't hesitate to reach to me. You can rewatch the video. I know this is a quite challenging video for you guys. You can get this code. You will be provided with the GitHub link of this code. That's it for this video. Thank you.